You.
Okay, we are live.
Yes.
Okay.
So we are starting now. Good morning to all of you. Welcome to National Workshop on Cyber Security, Law and Information Assurance, NAWCYSLIA-2021. So let's speak about NAWCYSLIA-2021 in very brief. Like NAWCYSLIA-2021 aims to provide a high-level knowledge forum for the students, academicians, scientists, engineers, and educators, those who are interested in gathering knowledge on cybersecurity, cyber laws, interested in gathering skill and knowledge on the domain. So, welcome to everyone present in this workshop. I am handing it over to Dr. P.K. Paul Sir, the convener and director of NAWCYSLIA-2021.
Ventures or associations with different kind of academic bodies, institutions, associations, and other universities located various part of the country. Yes, sir. The Cyber Security Law and Information Assurance, National Law. Cyber Security and Information Assurance. আপনার কাছে স্যার কাগজটা আছে টেবিলে সবুজ রঙের সবুজ দেখুন লেখা আছে So sorry for disturbing everyone, there was important phone call. So it is our pleasure that we have organized a good number of academic events, and even each of every event having the national and international standards, not only the paper speaker presentations or keynote sessions or invited sessions, but also the paper presentations and also publication. But this time we are organizing a core workshop having the natural atmosphere of the workshop instead of paper presentation and publications. So in this workshop, this is suitable for different kind of backgrounds students, not only for the computer science or information science, but also the law, management, social science, and other streams. So as per our record, we have received a good number of registration, different part of the country, and since it is a national workshop, so we have around 40 plus human resource association with this national workshop. So this national workshop having the dignitaries from the chief patrons, like the advisors, like the national technical committee members, like the core organizing committee, and also the authorities from the data space security. So on behalf of the Department of Computer Information Science, I would like to thank the data space security for offering this national workshop to our students, not only from the Department of CIS, but also other students, those who are studying their IDC and GE program in this workshop. This workshop is planned to up to 3:30 p.m. So this is our agenda, that we should do something for our students, for our researchers, for our scholars, maybe from the Department of CIS or may not be, because those who are interested, they can definitely gain a lot of knowledge from this national workshop. So I want to brief up something before the welcome address of the organizing secretary. Before the welcome address, I want to brief up some more things, that this national workshop got a good number of registration, and as of now it is around 400 registration we received. And for this national workshop, there will be two feedback links. One will be the session 1, another will be the session 2, and this feedback link will be available in the YouTube and also in the WhatsApp group. Those who are not joining the WhatsApp group due to certain reason, they will have to follow their YouTube channel for the feedback link. Feedback link will be available or active for 30 minutes. So first feedback link we will offer after the keynote speech or invited speech number 1. So now, without wasting much time, I would like to request our DSS team to start the inauguration song, which has prepared by the alumni of the Department of Computer and Information Science. Over to the team DSS.
শোনা যাচ্ছে না তো? না হচ্ছে না? সমস্যা যাচ্ছে। এই করে কাটবে দেখবেন একটা পর্যন্ত। এই করে একটা পর্যন্ত কেটে যাবে।
So, thank you, those who have prepared this inaugural song. I would like to thank on behalf of this NAWCYSLIA. Now, I would like to request our organizing secretary, Dr. Lakshmi Narayan Sahu, for the welcome address for this national workshop. I would like to request Dr. Lakshmi Narayan Sahu, head of the Department of CIS and also organizing secretary for this national workshop, to start his session.
Hello. Sonaj, can I audible?
Yes, it's audible. Thank you.
Yes. Good morning to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to grace all of your presence in the interest of the entire committee. It gives me tremendous well-being to presenting the welcome address amongst the most esteemed personalities who have won acclaims in their respective field of research. Before we begin this online workshop, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who sincerely committed to this event to make it a grand success. Especially, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor A. Bhuimali, and our respected Dean Sir, Professor K. S. Tiwari, Deans, Faculty of Science and Management. I would like to thank Professor D. K. Roy, Dean Arts, Raiganj University. My sincere thanks also goes to dear Dulabh Sarkar, Registrar, Raiganj University, and Finance Officer C. A. Shankar Bharoi, Raiganj University. Finally, my cordial thanks go to my esteemed departmental colleagues, Department of Computer and Information Science, Raiganj University. This event would have been possible without the support of each and every one present here. Each topic of this national seminar, entitled Cybersecurity Law and Information Assurance, has been chosen keeping in the mind the interest of the young generation who have studied different programs courses like BCA, BSc Computer Science, MCA, MBA, PhD, MPhil, Law, Management, etc. This workshop is helpful to also research students also like MPhil and PhD. The topic of discussion for today's workshop is cybersecurity, law and information assurance, which is a modern challenging topic in information science. The schedule of the workshop includes discussion, deliberation, hands-on practice by the esteemed delegates. I ensure the workshop will be very helpful and very effectual for every present here for the national workshop, cybersecurity law and information assurance. Thank you again to all.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. It is our great pleasure that I would like to request the data space security team. So kindly offer the token of appreciation to the organizing secretary. Sir, please accept this token of appreciation on behalf of this NAWCYSLIA-2021. Please accept this token of appreciation.
I accept the appreciation and thanks to all.
Thank you. Now, I would like to request if anyone from the joint organizing secretary or executive members want to share something, before moving to the presidential address by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Anil Bhuimal. So, I would like to request our respected and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, and also the Chief Patron for this National Workshop of Cyber Security Law and Information Assurance. Sir, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Present here on the auspicious occasion of National Workshop on Cyber Security Law and Information Assurance. I am happy to announce that this is for the first time after pandemic situation. Such kind of workshop has been arranged by the Raiganj University, and the whole credit goes to the Department of Computer and Information Science. I congratulate all the colleagues of this department and also Dean of Science, Professor K.S. Tiwari, Dean of Science and Management, and also I welcome Professor D.K. Roy, Dean of Arts, Commerce and Law, who has been very kind enough to be present here in all the occasions organized by the University of Raiganj. This is indeed a new topic, and for last few years, this has gained importance in the arena of academic discussions. And this is very vital that cyber security is a very crucial problem around the world today. And anytime any type of information leaks out, and that gives us very pathetic situation. And in order to have information on this, our CIS department has organized this type of workshop, and the objective of this workshop is to educate the important people who are associated with the situation. And I think that the discussions who are present here in this important occasion will deliver their knowledge and will share their knowledge with us and will be able to educate us. And I think that all such events organized by our university departments will benefit the participants, and also we will be happy to enrich our knowledge, and this knowledge will help us to guide our future, because every time we face problem, and this problem is related to the cyber security problem, and also many of us are not aware about the cyber security law, which is very important today. And this kind of arrangement organized by any department will not only benefit the departmental colleagues and other research scholars and teachers, but also the participants from varied fields will be benefited. And this will be the main thing that everybody wants to achieve. So with this, I once again welcome you all at this national workshop, and I announce the opening of this national workshop, and I hope that this workshop will be ending with a hope and aspiration, and I express my goodwill for the overall success of this workshop. Thank you, Pramatosh, and thank you, Shahu, Professor Shahu.
Thank you, sir.
Of the Department of CIS.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. It's a great encouragement to all of us for your support, and due from the busy schedule, because the university is going to have the NAC visit, and instead of that, you have find out that you have find some times for this national workshop. I hope your blessings will be helpful for all of us. Now, I would like to request our DSS team to kindly offer the certificate of appreciation to our chief patron and our beloved and honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Anil Bhuimal, sir. Kindly share the
Thank you.
certificate of appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, on behalf of the Department of CIS, kindly accept this certificate of appreciation.
Yeah,
Yes.
Thank you.
And we physically will meet and also offer this homage to you during our next after this next visit.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys go on. Go on. Carry on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to request our most respected Dean of the Faculty of Science and Management, Professor K.S. Tiwari sir, to say few words about this national workshop sponsored by the Data Space Security India and Dubai. So I would like to request our respected sir to say few words on this August gathering.
Could I participate? Could I now say? Dr. Pranatos, could I
Yes.
say something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Over to you, sir. Please.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir.
Are you listening me? Are you getting me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is very much audible, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Guimali, Organizer Dr. Pranatos, Dr. L.K. Sahu, departmental teachers such as Jayati, Madam, and all teachers of the department, teachers of the university, and participants. It is a great honor and great challenge that we are organizing this webinar, National Workshop Cyber Security, Law and Information Assurance. For last 1 year, our experience tells that technology is an essential part of our life. Without technology, we think now that we cannot survive a moment. Technology has helped us too much to overcome from the situation, and that we have got to this position from where we are on the actually occasion to hold this webinar or seminar. Now, misuse of the actually technology, misuse of the information, misuse of the security of the every actually information that we share with different people, it is a great challenge. And we have to think about that what should be done so that we should get the security of every information can be protected, and in what way law be framed so that if any person is found to be misusing this actually our information can be penalized. We know that a lot of things are left. We have to develop the technology, we have to develop the law, we have to develop the judiciary, and we have also make the people aware about that. But who will do this work? This work definitely will be done by the people who are involved in this and the people who are also going to share the problem to overcome this problem. Now we know that this webinar will definitely empower us, give us information, and also take the challenge from the discussion to frame the things in the future so that any way, whatever may be the insecurity that people are facing will not be actually happen, and that will be certainly solved. I wish the best interaction and the best outcome from this session, and also this information will enable our teachers, as we know that information science department of our university is a pioneer department, not only in our university but being pioneer in different among different universities of our country. Because the leading we have information scientists we have in our department. Dr. Prahatos is totally involved. A large number of articles he has written in this area, and we hope that further he and other teachers and other research workers will get the opportunity to write the articles to solve the problem, and we shall find that it has become so easy that information science every people is using in its own way to get the comfort in the life. The best basis for the actually works up. I, Professor Kalishan Tiwari, conclude my lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your words. And this advice to all of us. Definitely, as a Raiganj University stakeholder, it is our duty to do the academic events, research, and different kind of exposure. And under your leadership, we are trying to do as much as possible. Since your headship, I can remember, in your headship of the Department of CIS, we have organized a good number of events like the national conference, national seminar, international conference, and so on since the 2016, as far as I can remember. So, on behalf of the Department of CIS, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to accept our sincere gratitude to you, and I would also like to request our data space security team kindly offer the homage and the certificate of appreciation to our respected Professor K.S. Tiwari sir. Kindly share the certificate of appreciation to Professor K.S. Tiwari sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pranatos and your team. Thank you very much for this token of love which you have given in the language of appreciation. Thank you very much, and my best wishes to all of your team members. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again for your time and also guiding us regarding this national workshop. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to request our another dignitary present over here, Professor Dr. D.K. Roy, the Dean of Faculty of Arts, Commerce and Law, on this August gathering to say few words regarding this national workshop. Over to Professor D.K. Roy, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Respected Vice Chancellor Professor Anil Bhimali, Raiganj University, respected Dean of Science Professor Kali Shankar Tiwari, and distinguished speakers, my dear colleagues and audience. Today, National Workshop on Cyber Security, Law and Information Assurance, sponsored by Data Space Security, organized by CIS and Department of Computer. Save your data or data protection. How we collect and use personal data. This is the most important. And on the other hand, information assurance has become an important component of data security. In this national workshop, it will be highlighted, and I hope this workshop will be successful. Thank you to all.
Thank you, sir, for your kind encouragement. Definitely, we will follow your advice in this workshop and also in coming workshops or other academic events to be organized by the Department of Computer and Information Science. Now, I would like to request our team DSS to kindly offer the token of appreciation by virtual mode to Professor D.K. Roy, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir, kindly accept our token of appreciation virtually, and we will meet physically in your chamber with the hard copy and other token of appreciations.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now we would look to see to hear something from the Secretary of the PG Council, Dr. Diganto Bishwas. But before that, I would like to DSS to play the recording wishing message by the Registrar of the Raiganj University, because he is so busy during the NAC visit. So he has prepared a video for all of us. So I would like to request DSS team to play the wishing message to all of us by the Registrar of the Raiganj University.
Morning. Department of Computer and Information Science, Raiganj University, is organizing a national workshop on cyber security, Law and Information Assurance on 7th of March through Google Meet. In this special occasion, I would like to thank the organizing secretary and all the teachers of Department of Computer and Information Science, Raiganj University, along with Data Space for holding this workshop. I would like to convey my gratitude to my Honorable Vice Chancellor, to the respective deans, and all the teachers and students of Computer Science Department for this workshop. I hope this workshop will benefit the students as well as the research scholars of the department in immense way, and I wish all of them all the very best and holding this workshop successfully.
So now I would like to request the DSS team kindly offer the token of appreciation to the Registrar of the Raiganj University, Dr. Durlabh sir. Thank you. Thank you. Now I would like to request the Dean of, the Secretary of the Postgraduate Council, Dr. Diganta Vishwas, to say few words on this national workshop on cyber security, law and information assurance sponsored by the Data Space Security. Over to Dr. Diganta Vishwas, Secretary, PG Council, Raiganj University.
Good morning, all. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Good morning, all. Firstly, I would like to convey my regards to Professor Anil Bhimali, who is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of our university, Professor K.S. Tiwari, Dean, Science and Management, Professor D.K. Rai, Dean, Arts, Commerce and Law, Dr. Lakshminarayan Shahu, the Head, Department of Computer and Information Science, Dr. Pranatosh Pal, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Department of Computer and Information Science, Dr. Jayati Lahiri, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer and Information Science, other organizers. This is a very good time when we are organizing this program. When the issue of data security is a big problem all over the world. Unfortunately, in the entire world, very few countries have a strong data protection law. And a majority of the countries, if we go through the legal systems, they do not have a comprehensive legal policy in regard to the protection of the law pertaining to the security of the data. But the question that arises is why is data security law has become so important nowadays? The reason is that all the time or majority of the people now have the access of internet and they exchange the data at very frequently, and the majority of the people do not know what the data that they are exchanging is like, what the fate of that data. That means how the data will be used by the agencies who are in receiving point of that data, and sometimes we see these data are manipulated and they are used in a very different perspective. So in this connection, if what will happen, say for example, if a data pertaining to the password of a person is shared of his bank account, the problem is that this is a very sensitive data and it can drain out bank balance of that person, whatever he has. Similarly, there are a different kind of sensitive data of other nature. And if such data are coming to the hand of the terrorists and some other agencies having different ill will, the problem that will happen to us is the security of the country at some point of time. Say for example, the data is pertaining to the security issues. Now, when we are coming to an individual perspective, the privacy of him is very important. Him or her is very important because right to personal data is a civil and constitutional right. Article 21 of the Constitution provides the right to privacy, and Supreme Court in different cases have stated that how the issue of privacy will be determined and how that will be met. Restrictions can be met. As far as the different Supreme Court judgments is concerned, there are three tests discussed. One is if it is backed by law, if it has a legitimate state aim, and third one is proportionality. The element of proportionality has again four components. One is the legitimate goal, second is rational connection, third one is necessity, and fourth one is balancing. And coming to this particular perspective of transaction of data online that happens, which are of different types. Say, for example, sometimes we see the data speaking about the description of goods and services offered for sale. Sometimes we see the data pertaining to the formation of the contract. Sometimes we see delivery of information services via electronic channels. And now, why is people involved in exchanging data online so frequently? First one is the ubiquity, that is everywhere, that is available, that means from everywhere you can access. Then it has a global reach, it has a universal standard, it has information richness, interactivity, information density, personalization and customization, and also with the help of social technology. This exchange of data has been so rampant nowadays. Now, coming to these data security issues, if we look at the Information Technology Act 2000, we have under Section 2NB the term cyber security defined, which speaks about protecting information, equipment, devices, computer resource, communication device, and information stored therein from unauthorized access, use, disclosure, disruption, modification, and destruction. So, if any unauthorized access is there in the data mine of data, if it is in use or if it is disclosed, if any disruption happens or modification or destruction happens, then we can consider it as an issue of cyber security. Now, the Information Technology Act speaks about the secured system as well under Section 2ZE, wherein it says the secure system means computer hardware, software, and procedure that are reasonably secure from unauthorized access and misuse, provide a reasonable level of reliability and correct operations, are reasonably suited to performing and intended functions, and adhere to generally accepted security procedures. So, a common example maybe, we can share, wherein we see, say, for example, we have put a password to access our email with a different, if there is any error happened while typing that password, it says the error. And it also signifies us that you put the correct password and so on. So from that we can understand that the system is a secured system which we are going into access. And if we say put the right password, but if it is saying that put the correct password, then we can understand that the password has been compromised. So keeping these things in mind, the security of system we can understand, and basically all these things happen through the intermediaries. In regard to the data protection laws, the European Union is a very good system of law. Since 1995, it has different directives issued, and the most recent one is the 2016 directive, wherein the data protection principles have been established under Article 5.1 and 2, wherein it says that lawfulness, fairness, and transparency is the first principle. Second principle is purpose limitation. Third one is data minimization. Fourth one is accuracy. Fifth one is storage limitation. Sixth one is integrity and confidentiality. And the seventh one is the accountability. So when we are talking about the accountability issues, that is discussed in General Data Protection Regulation 2016, it says to designate data protection responsibilities, then maintenance of detailed documentation of the data that is being collected, then training the staff to implement the technical and organizational security measures, and fourthly, data processing agreement contracts, particularly where the third parties are involved into the contract, and the appointment of the data protection officer. It also has defined the term data security, wherein it says that appropriate and technical organizational measures are to be taken to ensure the data security. Article 6 of this directive says that the data which is, if say for example is subjected to transfer and usage for some other purpose, then it says that the data should be given in a specific, unambiguous way, and the consent of the person from whom the data is collected to be taken, and that consent should be unambiguous. Second one is processing is very necessary of that data, and to prepare to enter into a contract, then if it is required to process it to comply with the legal obligations. Say for example in India, the data from an Indian, it is to be transferred to some other person, then if the laws is there in India, the Indian laws to be respected while such transfer of data is made. Then complying the legal obligations, then saving of performing a task in public interest, and there should be a legitimate interest while the transfer is given or allowed. Interestingly, in the European countries, a high measure taken in regard to ensure the penalty if any breach of data protection is followed. One is if it is European citizens or residents, and somebody is offering goods and services to such people, then this principle applies to any person if he is not from the European Union. That means any person who is not a person residing in the European Union region transferring data to European Union person, I mean citizen of European Union, then the European Union law should be applied to that person. That means a person from USA, if wants to transfer data to any European Union country, then in the USA he will see the impact of European Union law. Second is the fines for violating the principle is very high there. It is 2 million euro or 4% of the global revenue, whichever is higher for that company. So keeping that thing in mind, the United Kingdom has introduced the Data Protection Act 2018, and it also has a similar features that the European Union has. I'm not going into detail much to the UK laws. In the USA, there are two set of laws. One is set of law, a federal state of law. Another one is a state set of laws. Among the federal list of laws, we see the Federal Trade Commission Act law. Then the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act is there. The Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act is there. The Non-Solicited Pornography and Marketing Act 2003 is there. Then Graham-Leach-Bailey Act is there. The Fair Credit Reporting Act is there. The Children's Online Privacy Protection Act is there. Apart from this federal set of laws, we see the different states have different set of laws. Particularly, if we look at the Mississippi state, if you see the California, particularly in California, they have three different laws, particularly for the protection of the data. What is the California Online Privacy Protection Act? Then California Financial Information Privacy Act, the California Shine the Light Law. So this is the major legal framework or the advanced legal framework in regard to the protection of data. Now coming back to India. In India, apart from the constitutional provisions that is established under Article 21 through different Supreme Court judgments as well, we see statutory provision is also there. One of the important statutory provision is the Information Technology Act 2008. The Information Technology Reasonable Security Practices and Procedures and Sensitive Personal Information Rule 2011. This is a very, very important rule in connection with the protection of data. I specifically mention. Third one is the Indian Telegraph Act 1885, then Credit Information Companies Regulation Act 2005, the Indian Contract Act 1872, the Specific Relief Act 1963, the Consumer Protection Act 1986, the Indian Copyright Act 1957, and the Indian Penal Code 1860. So these are some of the statutory provisions which are pertaining to the protection of the data, that is what we are discussing on. Now, I would like you to specifically mention the role of the information technology, because at the end of the day, it is the information and the relevance of the Information Technology Act is very high in this connection, apart from the constitutional perspective. So, in the Information Technology Act, Section 72A speaks about or rather prohibits the disclosure of personal information about another person without the consent of the person concerned, or in the case of the breach of contract. This is what Section 72A of the Information Technology Act. So any disclosure of personal information of another person is a prohibited activity if the consent of that person is not taken. Then Section 75 says all the persons, irrespective of nationality, in relation to an offence or contravention committed outside India, while the act or conduct is conducting, the offence or contravention involves a computer system or computer network located in India. So interestingly, if we look at Section 75, Section 75 gives an extra territorial jurisdiction to the Information Technology Act. That means a person who is sitting in India committing a crime in some other country through passage of information and stuff like that, then the Information Technology Act under Section 75 can take cognizance of that. Again, if any person is sitting somewhere in the world committing offense in India, in exchanging the information or stuff like that, he is also subjected to be booked under the Information Technology Act under Section 75. So under the rules, that is, I already said, reasonable security practices and procedures and sensitive personal information rules 2011, particularly Rule 3 and Rule 4 are very, very important to look into. So now I would like to rush little because time I think is approaching for some other person. So another rule is Rule 6 and Rule 7. These also are very important rules which speaks about sharing or private data to any other person. Interestingly, if we look at in one of the recent developments, we all know the other judgment. Other judgment is a very important judgment in recent times, which speaks about the issue of privacy as well as the issue of protection of data security. Then, in this judgment, what the Supreme Court said, uh, we all know while we register for Aadhaar, we are supposed to give different biometric information. So, the Supreme Court in this case saying that the use of um, other for a person who children for approaching to school to access different subsidies, that is not an issue. But at the same time, the consent of the person who are parents of that child to be taken or may be referred to access that or to provide that benefits. Apart from that, different welfare schemes are there when, say, for example, the sharing of food and stuff like that through PDS system, the sharing of uh, other data can be used. And interestingly, what are the prohibited things? Prohibited things is that no mandatory use of Aadhaar to open a bank account, no mandatory linking of Aadhaar with mobile number, and if any person information is required to detection for the detection of any criminal activities and stuff like that, then such information, if it is likely to be taken in the consideration of the Joint Secretary rank officer of the High Court judge. So another important issue that was discussed in this case is the retention of data for more than 6 months, which is said that it is impermissible. Then another important thing is the Personal Data Protection Bill 2019. It has a very important aspects discussed, very important issues in connection with the personal data, sensitive personal data, and right to data portability and right to be forgotten. These are very important issues that has been discussed. And apart from that, the Data Protection Authority has been created who are likely to look into all these issues regarding auditing, grievance redressal, recording, maintenance, and stuffs like that. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss this issue. I congratulate the Department of Computer and Information Science for organizing such a program. Thank you all.
Thank you for your kind deliberation and your valuable words, specifically on IT security and law. It is our great pleasure since you are from law background. That's why we have the privilege for your valuable words. So I would like to request database security team kindly offer the token of appreciation to Dr. Digant Vishwas in virtual mode.
Thank you.
Please accept this token of
I
appreciation.
accept. Thanks to all the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we are going to move the main session in the workshop and lecture session. But before moving that, I want to thank all the dignitaries present over here who have given their valuable suggestion, advice to make this national conference a grand success. I would like to thank Professor Anil Bhuimali, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, also Chief Patron, also the Dean of the Faculty of Arts, Commerce and Law, Dean of Faculty of Science and Management, and also Register of the Raiganj University, also Finance Officer, and also TT Council Secretary, Dr. Digant Vishwas, to find out their valuable suggestion, and also our team members, the organizing secretaries, Dr. J.L. De and Dr. Arup Sarkar, and obviously our organizing secretary, Dr. Lokshmi Narayan Sahu, and also all the executive members of this national workshop. So kindly accept our sincere gratitude and thanks and greetings for your valuable words. Over to Data Space Security Authority to say few words and start the main session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So let me introduce data space security to all of you. Like, data space security is the fastest growing company in the field of cyber security, having our operations spread across India. Our head office is in Kolkata's IT hub sector 5. We also have our presence in Dubai. Our team has hands-on experience in different domains in cybersecurity, like ISMS audit, ISO 27701 implementation, malware analysis, cryptography, ransomware compliance audit, and digital forensics, etc. Our client comes in all shapes and sizes from a variety of industries, including high-tech consulting, manufacturing, media, and entertainment, biotech, pharma, insurance, and higher education too. We are a training and education provider in different colleges and universities all over India and overseas. We are also engaged in teachers development program and students training program in UGC approved universities. Here we are glad to connect with Dr. P.K. Paul sir for this NAWCYSLIA-2021 workshop. I would like to say that, add to it, like without his constant dedicated effort, this NAWCYSLIA-2021 it cannot be done like this in a successful manner. Like, I would like to congratulate Dr. P.K. Paul sir to connect with us, make it a successful workshop today. Like, I would like to thank Data Space team for the constant effort in terms of all the materials involved, all the dedicated efforts involved to make it a success, this event. So we would like to start this workshop by, I'll welcome all the speakers of the day. And I would like to first invite Dr. Krishna Prasad K, Associate Professor in College of Computer Information Sciences, Srinivas University, Bangalore, India.
So regarding this, Ms. Moutuli, regarding this, I want to say, I would like to request Dr. J.L. De to introduce Krishna Prasad K, the Associate Professor of the College of Computer and Information Science, Srinivas University. So over to Dr. J.L. De for introduction to Dr. Krishna Prasad K.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor for me to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Krishna Prasad K, who is the eminent professor of Computer and Information Science of Srinivas University and has a vast innovation work in the area of cyber security and cyber law. He showed his research interest in fingerprint, hash code generation, and multi-factor authentication model. He has received Best Researcher Award 2019 in the International Conference on Recent Trends in Art, Science, Engineering and Technology organized by International American Council for Research and Development and DK International Foundation. Dr. Krishna Prasad K is also serving as a Director, College of Computer and Information Science Research Council at Srinivas University and effectively guiding 6 research scholars for his doctoral degree field of computer science and application. He has published 55 research papers in referred international journals. He has also presented more than 50 papers in conferences, out of which 3 were international conferences and remaining were national conferences. He also authored 2 books with ISBN numbers and also authored chapters for few books. I, on behalf of Department of Computer and Information Science, Raiganj University, welcome you, sir, to deliver your views on the topic An Introduction to IT and Cyber Law in India.
Sorry to interrupt, I would like to thank Dr. P.K. Paul, sir, and accept the certificate of appreciation from our side.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning to all.
One presentation is already there. That's why presentation is difficult. Already one presentation is going on.
Sir, kindly accept this certificate of appreciation, Dr. P.K. Paul, sir.
Okay.
Before we
Thank
start
you.
off with
Thank you for your effort and your offering to the Department of CIS. It is the teamwork. Every faculty members and every associates like the national and international advisory board members also have a lot to do this national workshop. This is the first national workshop in online mode in Raiganj University. We have already organized many webinars, but the national conference is online mode. I believe it's the first time. Thanks to TSS team also, and also Dr. J.L. De for the introduction to Dr. Krishna Prasad K. So, as delivered by the Dr. J.L. De, I would like to request Dr. Krishna Prasad K to start the session.
Good morning, sir. Am I audible, sir? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah, audible, no?
Just 1 second. Sorry for disturbing. I want to thank Dr. J.L. De for this effort of preparing this introduction to you on behalf of the NAWCYSLIA and also Department of Computer and Information Science. So over to Dr. Krishna Prasad K for his session.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all the dignitaries, Anil Bumale, sir, and Dean of CIS, Tiwari, sir, and other dignitaries, other members and organizing team members, Prantosh Paul, sir. I thank all the members and organizing team for giving me an opportunity, and I will start my session now. So my topic is an introduction to the IT and cyber law in India. So already sir has explained regarding some of the cyber law in detail. So my topic is almost similar to that. Still, I will make an effort to explain the topic given to me. Okay, here we are going to discuss about the need of cyber law. So we know that the information technology and communication technology is advancing like anything rapidly. The information and communication technology is spreading, and in our daily life, we can live without water one day, but we cannot live without mobile or the communication technology even one day. So if one day our mobile towers close down, means we cannot make any communication because we are addicted to the new communication technology, wireless technologies. We do our every transactions or our daily business or messages with the help of communication technology, wireless technology, and mobile technologies. So we are doing our business and day-to-day transaction in terms of e-technologies or communication technologies or wireless technologies. So cyber law has needed and it is very essential as part of our life today. And different cyber crime we can see in every day in the newspaper. We see different types of cyber crimes committed by different introducer or cyber thieves. So introduction of cyber law, IT Act 2000 and IT Act Amendment 2008, cyber law in the world, how it is, and the importance of cyber law in present era. So I have given with 30 minutes time. So I will try to finish my session within that. So we know that pre 1990, the situation is people are not connected. Only few peoples are connected for their business and scientific research. So in India and all over the country, the internet has become common after 1993. The World Wide Web has evolved in after 1990, and it has become common man able to reach internet after 1990, even though it is started in the US before that only, but common man come to know internet after 1990, and after 1990 connecting people to information started, and in the 2000 that is 5G, this all developed after 2010 communication technology and wireless technology. In the 21st century, connecting people to people has started, and after 2010, that is 2010 to 12, in the mid of 2010, that is everything is connected, and IoT has started with the help of information, that is IoT, connected people to people and machine to machine. We know that with the help of Internet of Things, we can connect our refrigerator from the uh, office, and after that we can do that is open the refrigerator, or we can control the television from our office, and same way from home we can control some accessories or machines which is located at our office. So everything is connected, and in this situation we need cyber law, a very good that is rigid cyber laws, in order to protect our personal data and personal materials. And when we connect to the internet, it is very essential. And we have seen the changes like this due to the invent of modern technology, communication technology, internet. Our social life has changed. Business also changed with the introduction of e-commerce, e-trading, and due to the 5G wireless technologies, which has already started in the US and other developed countries. Political changes. All politicians also started using the internet and social networkings in order to that is for their elections. Um, so political changes has happened over the time, and business also has changed. Social media also has changed, which all happened due to the modern technologies. So we are now living in e-world dominated by number of E's. We always speak e-friend, e-music, e-network, e-ticket, e-commerce. So everything is today electronic. So we communicate. Today we are that is Raiganj University Computer Science Department is hosting a webinar. That is also virtual webinar. So everything has changed. Everything has become now. Very soon, e-service of notice in commercial matters of our Supreme Court, already we have started that. So Supreme Court has decided to serve email notice in commercial matters in addition to the regular notice. So in my opinion, right to life includes right to e-life. That was happened today because of the advent of technologies and wireless communication technologies. So technology is growing at lightning speed. So how the lightning comes, same way the technology is changing and growing. While the technology brings lot of good things, it also brings equal amount of risk. We know that the challenges are lot due to the technologies. Every day we are seeing the ATM is ATM scams, and also ATM is pin exchange, and some of them taking the money from other account using the ATM, and also many ways they do that is that is unauthorized access. So every day we read in the newspaper about the various cyber crimes like credit card cloning, spoofing, phishing, stalking, etc. These all terms related to the different type of crimes related to the cyber laws and cyberspace. It is happens in the cyberspace. In order to avoid that, we need a good cyber laws. So some of the youngsters indulge in misusing the technology and get caught by the police authorities. So many of the cyber crimes are not reported in India, and we don't have very rigid, like some foreign countries, we don't have very rigid laws. Even though we have many laws in our that is Indian laws, many laws are there, but still we are not having a rigid laws like some other foreign countries. So cyberspace, now the term has become a conventional mean to describe anything associated with the computer, information technology, the internet, and the diverse internet culture. So how internet culture, in the sense we always use the internet, how we use, how we that is engage ourselves in the internet. This all are the internet culture. How we have to follow ethics, and same way we have to follow ethics in cyberspace also. Otherwise, it leads to the cyber crimes. So cyberspace includes, what do you mean by cyberspace? Means it is nothing but internet, website, computers, networks, softwares, data storage devices, emails, electronic devices like cell phone, ATM machines, and many more, which all are directly or indirectly connected to the internet. So in order for the smooth functioning of these devices, we need internet. So we are connected to the network of networks with the help of different machines, and the computers are connected each other. So in this area, we need a cyber law, and cyber law governs cyberspace. It is for the cyberspace. In order to make the cyberspace more secure, we need a very good rigid cyber laws. So the modern thief can steal more with a computer than with a gun. That is what the saying today. The whatever we can steal through the gun, and whatever damage we can do with the gun is less compared to the damage given to the cyberspace. So tomorrow's extremist may do more damage with a keyboard than or with a bomb. That is what a scenario now. Cyberspace creates moral, civil, and criminal wrongs. Criminal, that is wrongs, that is in terms of civil or moral, it creates wrongs. It has now given a new way to express data is money, and they will we can't give also, because we don't have any security that they also have our personal data we lost due to ransomware attacks. That is also one of the cyber crime. So internet has dramatically changed the way we think, the way we govern, the way we do commerce, and the way we things has happened in the cyber space, and we need a importance and necessity of cyber law due to all these things. So cyber law is the law governing cyberspace. Cyberspace includes computers, as we have already discussed. So cyber law deals with the cyber crimes, electronic or digital signatures, intellectual properties. So what they do means digital signature, they copy, even though it has a tight securities of encryptions. So some of the thieves are very smart. They will that is for proxy signature they will make, and even digital signature is misused. Intellectual properties are misused. Data protection and privacy also lost. So these all the problems in the cyberspace. So categories of cyber crime is cyber crime against the person, cyber crimes against property, cyber crime against government. So in all these categories of cyber crime can occur. So against a person means cyber stalking, impersonations, loss of privacy, transmission of obscene materials. So sometimes what they do means some people will transfer some data that is unwanted data, and it will be treated like the data is shared by the person, but actually shared by some other unauthorized users, and they will try to that is reduce or slow. They want to take the name and fame of the particular person, and bad image will go in the related to cyber crime. If you see, against property means that is entire computer system. Recently, some companies, I don't want to tell the company name, some company name are that is entire system is hacked, and that is what computer against the property, computer vandalism and transmission of harmful programs. Some programs will through the internet it will come to your system, and it may harmful to your entire system. It may delete some important data, or it may read the bank account details, or it may read the pin or password of the bank account which you might have stored in your system securely, or some secure data it can take through a software program, stealing secret information and data, and the copyrights violation. Then against government, that is hacking government website. Usually the LinkedIn social media of politicians are hacked frequently. Cyber extortion, cyber terrorism, and they will bring computer virus, worms, Trojan viruses, email bombing, email abuse. So a lot of things happens in the particular person also, property and against the government. So in three levels it can happen. So coming to the IT Act 2000. So already one of the speaker in inaugural session, sir has told more about IT Act. So even though once again I will touch on this IT Act 2000. So the Information Technology Act 2000 come into force on 17th October 2000. The primary purpose of the act is to provide legal recognition to electronic commerce and to facilitate filling of electronic records with the government. So with this act, that is indirectly or directly which are involved in harming the computer systems or your data, they will be that is punished using the IT Act 2000. So Information Technology Act 2000 consisted of 94 sections segregated into 13 chapters. As we know, the law means which consisting of a lot of sections, and in order to understand 100%, you should have a that is knowledge of legal aspects, and also lawyers can better explain this concept than like us people. But IT Act has made a lot of protection to the cyber space, and comes as a cyber security. So IT Act 2000 objective is to provide legal recognition for transactions. So what it does, the objective of IT Act is, it provides legal recognition for transactions, facilitate electronic filling of documents with the government agencies, to amend the IPC, the Indian Evidence Act 1872, the Bankers Book Evidence Act 1891, and the Reserve Bank of India Act 1934. So that it amends these three acts and aims to provide the legal framework to all electronic records. So it covers all electronic records, means computers, data, internet data, all the aspects which we refer as electronic records. So IT Act, snapshot of important cyber law provision in India. Section 43, offence tampering with the computer source documents without permission of in charge. That is, unauthorized person cannot make any tampering with computer sources and documents. Section 66 tells hacking with the computer system, data alterations. So you cannot do any data alteration of authorized persons, which is your information that is misleading data is published as a authorized data, and unauthorized access to protected system, breach of confidentiality and privacy. Section 73 publish. There are different cyber snapshot law and important laws which comes under IT Act 2000. So section 463, forgery of electronic records and bogus website and cyber frauds. Section 420, email spoofing and abuse, which comes under section 463 and 500. Section 383, web jacking. NDPS Act, online sale of drugs. And Arms Act, online sale of arms. So these all are offense, and it will be that is treated as a crime in the cyberspace. So some amendment has made after 2000, which is called as IT Act Amendment 2008. 8. The Information Technology Amendment Act 2008 has been passed by the Parliament on 23rd December 2008, and it received the assent of President of India on 5th February 2009. The IT Act 2008 has been notified on 27th October 2009, and IT Act 2008 is a new version of old IT Act 2000, provides additional and focus on information security. So some of the added several new sections on offense, including cyber terrorism and data protection. 124 sections and 14 chapters included in this. Digital signature has been replaced with electronic signatures. So any electronic signatures, if you that is misuse also, which is modification to the digital signature. Section 67 of the old act is amended. Amended section 69 gives power to the state. So we are living in highly digital world. Already I pointed out that all companies depend upon their computer networks and keep their valuable data in electronic form. So government forms, including income tax returns, company law forms, etc., are now filled in electronic form. We know that IT olden days we have to go to the one CA or CA assistant, and we have to wait for a long time, and then they will fill our income tax long back, 15 years back or 20 years back. But today, if you know some how to use the computers and some website, you can only make your income tax filing, e-filing, very easy, easy steps. So consumers are increasingly using credit card today as a digital India, because of our Modi government, digital India. Everything happens through the credit card. Even the remote area people will use a credit card, and they do shopping, use the credit card, debit card. Most people are using email, cell phone, SMS for communication. So even SMS, emails also can lead to some cyberspace and cyber crimes. So even in non-cyber crime cases, also important evidence is found in computers, cell phones, etc. In case of divorce, murder, kidnapping, organized crime, terrorist operations, everything, the cyberspace also included, and cyber crimes also included in the cyberspace. So if you see some case study of, I have taken AP government, Andhra Pradesh government and policy initiative cyber safety. Even Karnataka has initiated law, a lot of provisions for cyber IT Act, as the state has some freedom to make it. We already seen that. Never accept friends request from unknown people on social media platform. So this is some general awareness to the common people. Use caution when share personal information, emotions with virtual friends, chat room partners, when you don't know in real life who they are. Never share your password, credit, debit card, PIN numbers, OTP to anyone. Disable camera permission and keep the lens of your camera closed or covered when not in use. Always let your friends and family know where you are going and who you are meeting. So they, in some happens, bad things happens to you or damage happens to you, the family should help you out, reach out there. So you should always. These are the some awareness created by the Andhra Pradesh government police department in order to make the aware people about cyber crimes. So disable geo tagging in your camera. Always log out from online accounts when you are done. Never click on a link from an untrusted source. Use safety tips like filtering emails, locking personal albums and informations, personal walls of social networking site, and also don't share forward abused messages. Enable parental controls on systems and gaming consoles. Avoid using free and unsecured Wi-Fi for shopping or banking on the internet. So keep evidence of uh, bullying behavior such as instant message, conversation, or online post. Avoid saving your credit debit card information on website. Always you should remember, and the credit card and debit card PIN numbers or password you should make, which is very rememberable to you by mixing alphanumeric characters and special characters, which you always connected. Maybe you can connect, for example, your car number. You can combine with your nickname, and also you can combine with like this some special characters, door numbers. You can combine with other things, so that you can remember without writing it anywhere. So security updates and features keep the latest threat away. Always install them no matter how busy you are. So you should have a proper the antivirus system in your antivirus software in your system. Don't mail back to unknown senders. Don't take unknown calls. Then freebies comes as games, offers, deals. Some advertise comes which offers many things. Don't click that. Familiarize yourself with the blocking and reporting functions in social media. Go for unique and hard to guess password. So always use some, as I told, mix with the numbers, special characters, alphanumeric characters, which you can remember, and don't write it anywhere. Don't mail back to unknown sender of spam. Then report to law enforcement agencies if you find any viral scare in online. Enable privacy option and two-factor authentication on social media site. That is all. If you are using, for example, mobile, in your mobile, you should have that is keypad, that is touch screen locking, and also you should have inside touch screen lock, once again pin lock, like this. Inside that you have to keep your online softwares, like if you are using that is if you are using your online banking system, mobile banking system of your bank, and Paytm software in your mobile, don't keep it outside. You have to give two-factor authentication for that particular different apps where you communicate or where you do transaction through your mobiles. So the given time is half an hour. I should stop within half an hour. I think I have taken only half an hour. Thank you for all the. We do thanks to Bungali sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to request team DSS team to offer the token of appreciation. JLD.
And how Sir has explained the introduction of cyber law in India and the effectiveness of such law changes the whole environment. It's really an intelligent session, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So thank you everyone. Now we are in. We have to move to our code workshop session. This was the cyber law session. So in this session we have seen Veda Vivek Raj Kokalu, and this session will be introduced by Dr. Arup Sarkar, the Joint Organizing Secretary of this NAWCYSLIA, and also the Assistant Professor of the Department of Computer and Information Science, Raiganj University. So over to Dr. Arup Sarkar.
Thank you, PK sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very much audible.
Okay. Respected delegates, eminent speakers, and dear participants, it's an honor and privilege to have you all here. Myself, Arup Sarkar, Assistant Professor of Computer and Information Science Department, Raiganj University. Now, without wasting any more time, let me introduce you to our next eminent speaker, Sri Veda Vivek Raj Kakulu. Veda Vivek Raj Kakulu is an IT consultant to various UK companies. He is also training and consulting the officers of Mumbai Police for cybercrime prevention since 2015. He is a key speaker in conferences on human resource and IT security in companies like JP Morgan, Data Security Council of India, and NASCOM. He has conducted seminars and workshops on cybersecurity in numerous colleges in Mumbai. Today, he is going to give a talk about the psyche of a cybercrime. Okay, sir.
Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Sarkar. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Perfect. Mr. Paul, thank you for this opportunity, and I would like to go with the present. I believe we are behind schedule. So, is my screen visible to you?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, perfect. So, I would like to start the presentation without any but before I begin with the content of the workshop, I would like to give you a brief index of what I am about to present today, so that the participants could be looking forward to maybe one or two topics that they interested in. I would go to the general introduction and then go on to the variables that are affecting crime. Then discuss in the third topic what is the uniqueness of cybercrime compared to other crimes. And I would like to go to the next topic, which will be discussed about the challenges that the law enforcement in and around India face. Then maybe we could talk about hacking as a broader term and understanding the concepts and the history of it. Later, we could go about talking about the levels of cybercrime that happen, from a copy-paste cybercrime to a very sophisticated cross-country cyber attack. Then later, we would go to discuss about the different types of cybercrime. I have tried to explain these in non-technical terms so that majority of the participants would understand, and it gives people who are interested in this field but have no background in it an opportunity to learn new things. The eighth topic, we would cover the base security threats. Now, these sort of threats are generally carried out by students or participants who are interested in the IT security field but do not have any expertise. And then on the ninth, I would like to give you a few on how to protect yourself. So moving to the slide, it's the discuss about cybercrime and definition that we understand, the textbook definition, and what is the true meaning of cybercrime. So when it comes to the introduction of cybercrime, by definition, it is as any crime that is committed by your computer as a medium to commit a crime. But now the broader understanding of this is it is not only limited to a computer these days. With the advanced technology, a device that is connected to the internet, an electronic device, and is used to gain unauthorized access to any particular confidential information can also be considered as cybercrime. So definition in itself is quite lacking because it's not taking into consideration the broader aspects of technology these days. These cybercrime activities broadly understood as committing fraud or intellectual property stolen, maybe identity theft, and the most common one is breach of privacy. So understanding the true nature of cybercrime, the thing is, a new technology gives us new ways to commit old crimes. It does not exactly give you a new crime. In very rare situations, is a new to explain it, logic dictates every time new technology is covered. It paves the way to new opportunities, but it is crucial to understand that these crimes pre-exist. The said technology was even conceptualized. To put it in a more simpler terms, fraud used to happen way before computer was invented. Trafficking, human trafficking, intellectual property theft, all of this happened way before, the world got connected through the internet. So that being said, the true nature of cybercrime is not limited to cyberspace, but also extends to the people on both the ends. That is the end of the people committing the cybercrime and the people taking damage for it. That is the victims of cybercrime. Moving forward to the second topic, the variables in cybercrime, I would like to go through 3 points. We live in a digital age where our virtual identities are essentially elements of our daily life. I'm sure everybody agrees to that. In the eyes of governments and corporations, however, we are not seen as individuals, but we are seen as a mere bundle of numbers stacked in multiple computers and databases, ready to be exploited at a moment's notice. And let's be honest, the security structure of our country, the cyber security structure of our country, is not on par with other first world or second world countries. But nonetheless, our information, our confidential information, is still stored in government and corporations' databases. So there are different variables, like I mentioned on the slide, that do affect this information that is stored in the said databases of governments and corporations. The is the crossing of time and space, which essentially means a very important characteristic of cybercrime is that it is not bound by geographic limitations or legal jurisdictions. I personally, as an ethical hacker, can sit in Mumbai and do a vulnerability assessment test for a client in UK, maybe. And by vulnerability assessment, I mean I actually try to hack into their IT infrastructure, give them a report later. But that still does not that proves my point that I am not bound by geographic limitations. I do not have to go to UK. I do not have to sit in their office to do a VA. I could simply sit at home or maybe in my office somewhere in India and hack into their system. This in turn has created a very huge challenge to law enforcement. Since earlier crime that took place locally or even nationally could be investigated by that country's law enforcement agency. But now, because of the lack of geographical limitation, 2 or more countries or their law enforcements have to cooperate with each other in order to solve crime committed in one country. Now, this generally becomes very hard when the crime committed is spread across countries that are not in friendly terms. That between law enforcement and or the cyber escape. The second that we have to consider is the mentality. Now, in my experience dealing with cases with the Mumbai police, I have noticed that not a lot of victims are very open to reporting their crime because they fear that their identity will be exposed, and that is quite understandable knowing the upbringing and societal norms of our country, where respect and the family's name is an important factor in their daily life. So the victims generally are scared that if I do file a case against the injustice that has happened to me, it would not solve the, but it would rather increase, how do I put it, increase the problems that the victim is already facing. So this is because there is no encouragement from the government side. Even if there is, it is not reaching to the populace of our country that cybercrime should be reported and they could receive help. Another factor is the public is not in complete trust with the law enforcement with regard to cyber security, because one, they know that the law enforcement may not be technically savvy, or two, they might not have the correct resources as much as the cyber criminal has when he was committing the crime. So all of these points prevent the victims to actually go and report the crime or injustice that has happened to them. Now, the third factor is the knowledge of the attacker and the victim. Now, it is the impact of cybercrime varies depending on the two factors: the knowledge of the hacker and the ignorance of the victim. I wouldn't say knowledge of the victim; I would rather use the word ignorance, because that is one of the major problems that is festering in the minds of users, of internet users. They do not spend enough time to educate themselves on the threats that are prevalent in the internet. Everybody these days has a mobile phone, for example, but they do not know how dangerous it is to carry that device. Everything they do, including where they are physically at that point of time, what are they viewing, what is their data consumption, all of it is recorded somewhere, either by the government or by corporations. Now, the victim or the internet user has no idea about the information, his personal information being shared everywhere, whereas the attacker, as portrayed by Jim Carrey in this slide, is very well versed in this knowledge and databases to access the public's confidential information and use it against them. Now, moving on, well, the first one is it is the other technologies that were a payload, maybe when he's hacking a system or a server. The other one is the higher degree of globalization compared to conventional crimes. You didn't need globalization to commit murder. You didn't need globalization to commit theft, because logically and physically it is not possible. You do not need globalization to rob somebody across the street, or you do not need globalization to, has escalated the opportunities of cybercrime. If you go through any statistics available online, you can see a clear increasing trend in cybercrime as compared to globalization, because as and when the world got together, evolving, now there is something we call a 0 day. Now, it's a type of a virus or an exploit, more like, that none of the people around the world know. It is something that has been discovered by the person alone who has spent enough time and research on finding out this vulnerability. For example, if I happen to be using let's say a Windows 10 operating system, and I find an exploit that helps me to hack into any computer that is using Windows 10 through a loophole found in the security of maybe their calendar on the operating system, that becomes a 0 day. That is what a 0 day is, because nobody else knows about this exploit except me, not even the people who have designed this operating system in Microsoft. Now, 0 days are very dangerous. They're in fact one of the most dangerous exploits, and they are generally traded for other 0 days on the dark net. You cannot buy them, but if I have a 0 day and I want somebody else's 0 day, I exchange it for my own. And once a 0 day is used, it becomes obsolete, because then people come to know about it, and more of the hackers on a professional level try to use it, and then the companies come to know about it, and they start to develop patches for it to breach the gaps in security, to cover the breaches in security. Now, I would like to go about what we call a cyber kill chain. Now, this is basically what we as professionals or cyber criminals follow in order to complete a successful cyber attack. Starting from the first one, which is reconnaissance. Reconnaissance basically means that we use a lot of tools and other methods to find out the information about the target that we have selected. If we are targeting a corporation, then or an MNC, then we try to find as much information as we can through maybe tools or maybe even social media. We always start with social media because of the ignorance of the people working in the company. They post a lot of confidential things, not even knowing that they could be used against them. So first we scan the entire social media platform for potential information that is posted by key employees of that firm. And then we go to the more technical aspects where we use hacking tools or reconnaissance tools rather to find out what are the vulnerabilities in the system. And then the next thing we do is we plan the intrusion phase, which is basically a behavior that indicates that ransomware or crypto lockers is present, and that we can actually use this to our advantage. And using the information that we get from reconnaissance, we usually plan the intrusion phase, as in how or what way should we get in? Is their Wi-Fi router vulnerable, or is one of the employees' laptops or computers vulnerable for an attack? The next one is exploitation. We then decide what sort of virus or what sort of malware or technique that has to be used to carry out the attack. Now, there is a clear difference between exploitation and intrusion. Intrusion is where we find the point of entry, and exploitation is we then go forward to understand how that point of entry could be exploited to the maximum advantage of the attacker. And then comes privilege escalation. Now, privilege escalation is not exactly a part of the cyber kill chain, but rather a parallel factor in the cyber kill chain. Privilege escalation is basically when I successfully get into the system, I give access or authorization to myself that was not present before. That gives me easier, ways to do what I have, my objectives, to accomplish my objectives in the MNC that I have hacked. Then I would go with the lateral movement. I would deliver the payload, basically. Now, a payload, in other words, is exactly the virus that has to be, how do I put it? The virus that I am planning to inject into the servers or the database of the MNC's IT infrastructure. Basically, the payload can be understood as the damage that I am planning to do to the said target. Now, after I am done with dealing the damage, what I do is I try to cover my tracks. I try to delete all the logs that were recorded. My entry points, I try to delete the entries because let's be honest, everything you do is recorded somewhere on either the server or any other device. A fun fact, not related to this topic, your printers that you use actually record quite a bit of documents. The print spooler has what we call it as a memory, which records all your documents that you have previously printed. It doesn't care if it's confidential or not. Now, if a hacker gets into your printer, he can simply get the documents. Now, you must be wondering how a hacker will get into a printer. Well, if you notice, any corporation with more than 5 to 10 employees have a printer connected to the Wi-Fi, so that it becomes easier for them to print this confidential document. So, anti-forensics, like I said, the hacker then, after dealing them clearly on in the later slides, so I won't go too much into it. It basically means I am stopping all the services and functions that the IT infrastructure performs in that said targeted MNC. Then the next thing I do is exfiltration. I try to get out as soon as possible, clearing all my tracks. And that is how I successfully complete a cyber kill chain. Now, there are a few points that you have to take into consideration when you are doing a cyber kill chain. First, obviously, it's quite illegal unless you are hired by the organization to perform a vulnerability assessment penetration testing, or VAPT in short. Uh, the second is any tool you use in any of these steps of a cyber kill chain without authorization or without proper permissions from the target is still considered a cyber crime. It doesn't matter if you are using a vulnerability assessment tool or just finding out what the system's infrastructure is like. It is still considered a crime unless you are specifically hired by the company or any other authority to do the same. Now, however, it is not illegal, and I would like to emphasize this again, it is not illegal to find information that is freely available on the internet. For example, if the CEO or CTO of your targeted MNC posts his office photographs on his social media or any other social platform, or maybe he writes a blog about the details of his work, you can list them down, and technically it is not a crime. Morally, it's a different story, but I'm not talking about morality here. I'm talking about the technicalities of it. If you get information that is already published by the user, it is not a crime. But I would not suggest you do that. Moving on to the next topic is the challenges faced by law enforcement. Now, these are the challenges that I have personally faced when I was closely working with the Mumbai police. We have already covered the first point, like I said, which is the geographical and legal jurisdictional limitations. It becomes very hard for us to cooperate with different police stations in the same city. And regardless of how the law enforcement portrays themselves to be, the fact is it becomes a living nightmare and a logistical impossibility to coordinate between two different officers from two different police stations within the same city. Forget cooperating with law enforcement from a different country, because the protocol suggests it has to go through the Interpol, and let's be honest, they have a lot of other important tasks to do rather than sending a mail to the Interpol of that particular country just because you received a spam mail. But this in fact takes a help. But the cyber criminals take a lot of advantage of this particular factor, because they know that if somebody sitting in India jumps to a server on Pakistan and then commits something in America, the law enforcement in America will start the investigation from there, because the victim is in America and he essentially files the case in America. But then they find out that it's linked to Pakistan, and they try going on with further information, and they find out no, the actual attacker is actually sitting in India. So they request the Pakistani government to forward the details of the Indian authorities. But knowing how relations between India and Pakistan is, they will not do it. They will stating, how can you fall for this sort of a very, very self-explanatory scam or an email. But the fact is, because of ignorance, because of lack of education in the field of cyber security to the common populace, it becomes very hard for them to approach the police and say, this is what has happened to me, I need you to help. Because the first thing they do is ridicule him. The second thing they do is try to blame him for the crime, because their entire intention is not to take the crime reported and investigate on it, because they think that it is something very minor, and it may be very minor on the scale of work that they do when it compares to finding out frauds and murderers and all of that. I agree, personally I do, but that does not mean you undermine somebody's an injustice done to somebody. That is what I personally believe. But nonetheless, logically, this is what happens, and this is the reason why victims do not approach the cyber police department or any police in that regard. The next thing is, because of low reported crimes, even the crimes that are actually reported have a very low rate of arrests. Why? Because it becomes difficult to identify we call them accused. in police terms. It becomes hard for us to uh, identify the accused because it could be anybody. He could be sitting anywhere around the globe, and he could be masking his identity. And with the current knowledge of the law enforcement in the country, it becomes very difficult for them to actually technically, you know, find out who did it and where he is and who is that person, which in turn results to a low rate of arrests. Now, not adding salt to the already festering wound, you also have a low rate of conviction. Now, let's say by miracle, there has been made an arrest, the accused has been caught. The next thing that happens is you bring him to court, but you do not have enough evidence because the cyber criminal is smart enough to delete everything that he has done and leave no evidence. If it was a first world country, there would have been digital forensics. If you're talking about any European country like UK or maybe France or maybe Italy or any American state or maybe even Russia, for example, they have digital forensics up to a par where even a local police station can investigate a cyber crime. But that is not the case with India. I mean, it's. I'm not trying to undermine our country in any way, but I'm trying to present facts that need to be spoken. The government, no doubt, is you know. Trying to bring up cybercrime as an emerging threat and encouraging the law enforcement to push forward the importance of cybercrime, but it is just not happening on the pace that it needs to be done. So technology evolves every day, so it makes there's no effort or there's no result if the structure of law enforcement changes once every year, and as a result of which the criminal, even if he is caught, is let go because of lack of evidence, which is a really shameful thing. And he then continues to go about committing the same fraud or the same crime that he did, knowing very well that even if he does get caught, he's not going to be prosecuted or he's not going to be punished for it. Moving on to the next topic, a more technical topic. Well, not technical topic yet, but I would like to discuss about how hacking started and how it changed from a mere IT curiosity to crime. And one of my personal favorite people who entered the FBI's most wanted list at the age of 17. Now, going about the history of hacking, the story of hacking actually goes back to the 1950s, when a group of freakers, we call them, which actually means phone freaks. I didn't make up the name, I'm sorry, but that's what they're called, began to hijack portions of the world's telephone networks. In the 1950s, I believe you still had ISDs, even though you had to sell an arm and a leg to make an ISD from India, but they still existed in America and most parts of Europe. Now, they made unauthorized long distance phone calls because they found vulnerabilities in the world of telephone networks to conduct what they called party lines. It was nothing but connecting with different freakers and wasting the precious bandwidth, if I may, or the fiber optic capacity of long distance telephone companies and causing them a lot of loss. Now that escalated from hacking into the phone lines to hacking into government phone lines using the what you call a bulletin board system, which is basically a computer server running software that allows users to connect to the system using a terminal program. So once logged in, the user can perform functions such as uploading and downloading software and data, reading news, and bulletins, and exchanging messages with other users through public message boards. Now, these were public and private, and by public I mean not government, but used by the public, and you had private ones that corporations used, and you had the government servers or the BBS systems, like I mentioned. Now, the phone freaks, started with the global networks, like I mentioned, and moved on to hacking corporations, and when that was successful, the adrenaline rush made them hack into government computer systems. Now, fun fact is, like I mentioned in the previous slide, phone phreaks or hacking actually started back in 1950s, but the term hacker was actually first coined in a research paper by a student in MIT in 1963. Now, in the early 1960s, where after the coining of the term, hacker came to be referred as an individual who gained unauthorized access to a computer network, whether from a computer network or as a personal computers became available from their own computer systems. So it could have been the hacker might be sitting in a library that had internet connection or a computer system or maybe a cyber cafe at those times, which were pretty famous before everybody had their own personal laptop and smartphones. So instead of most of the young people were the ones who were actually interested in venturing into computer security or cyber security. However, some hackers, instead of sharing the curiosity and the discoveries they made, the vulnerabilities in order to, do good and patch the security breaches, some exceptional hackers sought recognition among their peers, their exploits to clearly cut crimes. So, from maybe sharing their exploit and getting famous among their peers to using that exploit to actually cause physical or virtual damage to companies and governments. That's how it slowly escalated. That's how curiosity turned to crime and is now rampant around the world. Now, these exploits grew as hackers not only broke into but sometimes took control of government and corporation computers. There might be a lot of instances where you read in the newspaper that a particular hacker group or a particular hacker has hacked into the CIA, the FBI, or even the Indian government sites, has hacked the railways government site, causing crores of rupees of loss for this day. And it all started with curiosity. So, this may apply to the saying, curiosity killed the cat. Maybe that could be a good analogy or a phrase for this topic. Now, the next one I would like to talk about is this docile looking gentleman is actually Kevin Mitnick. Now, Kevin hacked the NORAD, or rather the North American Aerospace Defense Command, with a mere laptop when he was 17. He allegedly broke into the NORAD. This was around 1981. A feat that brought to the foreground the gravity of the threat posed by such security breaches. That is when the US government started taking cybersecurity seriously. The concern with hacking contributed first to an overall of federal sentencing in the United States. Now, Kevin Mitnick, I think, was the first person to have committed a federal crime when it comes to cyber crime. And they had a Computer Fraud and Abuse Act later that was issued by the Senate in 1986. He is now, it's a funny thing how his story changed. From the age of 17, where he hacked NORAD, he is now currently an advisor in the Pentagon. So, if you want to succeed in life, I wouldn't suggest you to hack NORAD or any other legal law enforcement agencies, but that's how he did it. But I don't think you should follow his path. Now, starting to the more technical part of the presentation, I would rather go about this faster because I'm already halfway through my time. So these are the levels of cybersecurity. Now, the first level of cybersecurity is basically it ranges across a spectrum. And the first one is the first end of the spectrum is where cyber criminals usually target individual corporations. If you can see on the slide, I have shown photos of Anonymous. Anonymous is one of the hacktivist groups that are globally known for social justice, if I may, morally debatable, legally wrong, and they are often portrayed by these two symbols: the mask at the bottom and the logo on the top. Recently, they have hacked the ISIS websites and defaced them to a great extent, causing them a lot of damage, which is a good thing. But at the same time, they have also hacked into Sony during the time when PS2, PlayStation 2 was very popular, and publicly exposed the frauds that are happening on the upper echelons of the organization. Now, this is the level of individual and corporations fraud. Now, the second level is where the cyber criminals usually attack the government and freelance cyber attacks by. I don't think I have to explain government attacks because it's pretty self-explanatory. But moving to the freelance cyber attacks, I'm talking about state-sponsored hackers, and by state-sponsored hackers, I mean governments do generally hire hackers to attack other governments, other countries' governments, in order to hamper their logistics or maybe the running of the country as a whole. Now, this is one step closer to the ultimate taboo of cybersecurity, which is cyber terrorism. Now, cyber terrorism focuses on the use of the internet by non state sponsored hackers. If you remember, we said state sponsored hackers were sponsored by the government, but the cyber terrorism is done by non state sponsored hackers to affect a nation's economy and technological infrastructure. Now, since September 11 attacks of 2001, public awareness of the threats of cyber terrorism has grown dramatically. However, not all countries have adopted the measures needed to counter such threats at a grassroots level. Maybe if there is cyber terrorism, or maybe the cyber terrorists aim at hampering government institutions, maybe that wouldn't work. But if they actually try to damage individuals, the public citizens of the country, I'm pretty sure a lot of countries will have a lot of damage to deal with. Now, I'd like to go about a few types of cybercrime, not a lot, and I'll quickly brush through them. Now, the first one I'd like to talk about is identity theft and invasion of privacy. Now, the points that we'll cover are on your screen. Maybe you could take a look at them. We'll cover each of them in detail. Now, basically, what do you understand by identity theft? Identity theft is usually when a cyber criminal impersonates an innocent victim to commit a crime, or rather to access confidential information of that particular victim. What kind of information does a what kind of information does an identity thief usually take? Well, it could be your Aadhaar card number, it could be a credit and debit card number, which is quite obvious, but it could also be your medical insurance number. And you might think that Aadhaar cards are not that, important. You could publicly give Aadhaar card information, but no, that is not true. If you notice, a lot of other things in today's world are connected to your Aadhaar card, thanks to the advancement in technology of our Indian government. You are linking your Aadhaar card to your banks. You are linking your Aadhaar card to any other app that needs verification. You are even linking your Aadhaar card to what you call Arogya Setu, which is a recent app that the government launched because of COVID-19. So even if your Aadhaar card is leaked to a person who can take maximum advantage of it, that is still very dangerous. Now, moving to how he acquires this information. A thief can also, I'm pretty sure you're not understanding why I kept this image. Now, this image is actually a representation of the second point, dumpster diving. Dumpster diving essentially means going through dumpsters, as the name suggests. But you'd be surprised the amount of information one can gather through one's garbage. There's an old saying that goes, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And that holds true here. Now, most of you all must have visited ATMs throughout the years. And most of you all have maybe accepted the slips that come out of the ATM after you've completed a transaction. That slip has enough information that could be used to exploit your confidential information. And it has happened. And you see, there's a small dustbin at the end of the, or besides the ATM, where people usually just take out the slip and throw it without even tearing it up. Now, a dumpster diver or a cyber criminal in this case usually empties the bin and takes out all the slips that are readable and collects all the information. Even though the information is limited, is enough for him to target a lot of people. And the verification of, to be honest, if you have a phone banking, they only ask you the last digits of your credit card or debit card. And the last digits of the credit card and debit card are usually present on the slip that is thrown after you make a transaction in the ATM. So that is how dangerous just throwing a piece of paper that the ATM slip gives you. And then he can get your personal information online. Instagram, the age group where cybercrime maximum happens, especially to women, because of the information they provide on social media. I'm not against social media, but I say there are a lot of people whose IQs are below the room temperature when it comes to using social media. They post a lot of confidential information on social media saying we are going out here on this particular date with these particular people. That essentially gives way for kidnapping, to be honest. And in the past records of the police, there have been a lot of instances where most kidnappings have been done because of information that was provided by the victim itself on social media platforms. So you can understand how dangerous it is to even portray your personal life on social media. Or maybe they could use your information to commit a crime. If they have enough information, they could use your address and everything to print a fake driver's license or something, and maybe throw it at the crime scene, or leave traces of your Aadhaar card information or debit card information while purchasing guns or drugs, your own innocence, which becomes a problem because you do not know that your identity has been stolen in the first place till somebody comes to your house with handcuffs and trying to arrest you. So the theft itself can cause all kinds of trouble for you. And the bottom line is you will still be responsible for what the thief does while using your personal information. He could even pay his own bills using your debit card information, and you would be getting billed for it. But the itemized bill could be sent to his house. So unless you check your account balance, you have no idea that the money has been gone. Now, what can you do in order to prevent identity theft? You can protect your personal information and lower your risk. Now, think of how you use your personal information. Protect your information at home when you shop and when you use your computer. Now, the computer could be at home, or you could be sitting at Starbucks for all I care and use the public Wi-Fi there. But you have to make sure that all the necessary steps have been taken in order to protect yourself. Use an antivirus, not a free one, of course, but it is no harm in investing in a good antivirus. I cannot emphasize more on that. Now, when you're home, be sure to keep all your financial records, credit cards, and other cards, and even health insurance information in a safe place. Maybe in a locked cabinet. Well, it is obviously recommended. Now, shred papers that have your personal or medical information. Remember to take your mail out from your mail. If you have a mailbox in your building, then make sure you clean it out before somebody else does. But then, if they get hand delivered to you at your doorstep, you could avoid that step. Now, when you are shopping, it is usually safer to cover the number pad with your hand when you put in the pin, because you never know who is looking at your pin and could be used later. Finally, this very basic thing you can look at to make sure you're browsing safely is at the top left of the browser, where you have your HTTP that elaborates to Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Make sure there's an S in the end, which stands for secure. Now, HTTPS, and you'll have a small green color lock if you're using a Google Chrome, which you know, is a way to make sure that you have a safe browsing experience. Now I'll go to this 419 scam very quickly because I have passed my marker. Now, most of you all must have gotten a mail saying you are a millionaire and you need to respond to this mail. Your dead uncle or somebody has left you this much inheritance. Now, this is generally done by what we call a 419 scam. Now, why we call it as a 419 scam is according to the Nigerian law. 419 is a section that is referred to as fraud. And the reason why we say Nigerian is because most of these crimes or emails happen from Nigeria. Now, the second thing is, unlike identity theft, there is a lot of involvement of the victim in this sort of scam because the victim willingly provides private information enabling the crime. Hence, these are transactional crimes. Few people would believe someone walked into them on the street and promised them easy riches. Like if I go up to some random stranger and say, dude, I'll give you maybe 5 lakhs, maybe 10 lakhs. And they'll be like, no, I don't want it. I don't believe you. But if somebody sends them a mail saying you have won 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, all you have to do is follow these steps. And a lot of people, quite frankly, do fall for it. Despite a vast amount of consumer education, internet fraud remains a growing industry for cyber criminals and prosecutors. Now, moving to the most trending threat of 2020. I'd say 2021, but it's just 3 months in. So, ransomware has been a menace in the year 2020. However, the earliest variants of ransomware were developed in the late 1980s, and payment was sent via snail mail. By snail mail, I mean snail mail is another name for post. Today, ransomware authors order the payment to be sent by cryptocurrency or credit card because cryptocurrency is harder to trace. Now, there are 3 basic types of ransomware, and we'll go through them. First is the scareware. Most of you all must have seen this picture saying that your computer has a virus. You need to do these steps in order to get rid of the virus. Call this number, or this is basically a very bad advertising or technical support scam where you call the number and they take payment from you to delete the virus, but in the first place there is no virus. So moving on to the next one, we have screen lockers. Now, as you see on the background, this is what you'll essentially see on a screen locker ransomware, where you cannot access anything beyond the screen unless you put in the keys provided by the cyber criminal after you have paid the demanded amount. But this still has a chance of recovering your information. However, the encrypting ransomware is one of the biggest headaches throughout the world when it comes to cybersecurity. They encrypt each and every one of your files. You cannot open Word, you cannot open Notepad, you cannot open a PowerPoint presentation, you can't even open your recycle bin, to be honest, unless you follow the instructions given to you. And in today's world, it's funny how they give you assurance that after the payment your data will be given back to you, because in the link they say send us one file, we will decrypt it and send it back to you, so that you believe us that we will decrypt your entire PC again after we receive the payment from you. But generally that is a false hope that is given. Once the payment has been done, they disappear off the net. Now, coming to ATM frauds, which is our next topic. Most of these frauds are committed throughout the world, but the concentration of these frauds happen in countries with a lot of population, such as India. Now, the 4 variants to this is skimming. Now, this type of ATM scam involves a skimming device that criminals place on top or within the card slot to record your PIN. The criminals use hidden cameras or overlays, as you can see in the picture. Now, when somebody uses the card, it records, these devices record your entire card details, and the camera records your how do I say, your PIN while you make the transaction, and later they use this information to basically empty your account. Now this sort of crime was very famous back in 2017 and 18 when I was just beginning to help the law enforcement agencies in the city. But now it is reduced. I wouldn't say it's completely gone, but it's still rampant, if not in the metropolitans, in the more suburban cities of the country. The second one is shimming. It's similar to skimming, but the difference is because of the advancement of technology, you now have a gold chip on the card, which you didn't have in the previous years. Now, this shimming is more like an advanced or an upgraded version of your skimming. This device also takes the information stored in the gold color microchip on your card. Now, cash out. This scam targets multiple accounts from the same financial institution, maybe a bank that is vulnerable or not, armed with a compromised bank employees' details. Using stolen debit card numbers captured from separate skimming attacks, they can cash out the ATM until it's out of money. So they're gonna milk it for every currency note that the ATM machine holds. Now, jackpotting is one of the more complicated ATM frauds that happen, and here the criminal places hardware or installs malicious software, giving them control of the cash dispensing function. Now, basically, it's the same as cash out, but here you don't need a bank employee's credentials, but you in fact infect the machine physically by either jacking it with a physical hardware or installing a malicious software in it that gives you remote access to just press a button and make sure the ATM empties out all the cash that it has in itself. Moving to the base level of security threats, I'll go with these real fast. Denial of service. Well, denial of service basically means if a hacker is using an entire bandwidth or the processing capacity of a server, the authentic user that wants to visit a website or avail a service online cannot. So they basically get an error which says denial of service. Now, there are two denial of service attacks which are very common. The first one is a TCP attack where the criminal usually sends data packets flooding the server and keeping it busy. So if the server has a capacity to process 10 GB of information, the attacker will usually flood it with 11 GB of information, causing it to crash and reboot and repeat the process till the company faces a huge amount of loss. Now, because of that, most of the companies usually have blocked IP addresses after they receive a certain amount of requests from them, which is why the crime evolved into a distributed denial of service attack. Distributed denial of service attack, instead of a criminal using one particular system, he uses several systems like shown in the pictures here. The attacker will use a controller, infect other PCs with the command to send packets to the victim. Now, this way, by the time the server security protocols kick in and start blocking every IP address, the packets are delivered to it and the server crashes. Now, this statistics of how denial of service attack is becoming more prominent in the industries. Most of 57% is actually targeted by the financial services. IT servers may be 26%, and the telecom industries are affected by 17% of the entire DDoS attack. And at the right side of the slide, you can see where the DDoS attacks come from. Now, I'm not going to name all of them, as you can see very clearly, and I will move on to the next topic, which is the spam and steganography and email hacking. Now, you'd be interested in knowing this email because it's quite fun. Spam, well, basically, I'm not going to go much because of time constraints. You know what spam is, and well, basically, it is you receiving a lot of emails from a lot of companies about random stuff that you do not want to deal with. But because of spam, the reason I've included spam in cybercrime is it because of the sheer amount of cybercrime, the spam is basically 50% of the entire emails that are circulating on the internet right now. So 50% of wastage causes a lot of lack of efficiency and financial losses to companies all around the world. Now, coming to the more interesting topic of steganography. Steganography is basically where you hide an image or a confidential file behind an image and send it to the user. Now, steganography was mostly used by cyber terrorists because it is practically impossible to determine whether the image has a hidden file in it. Now, as you can see in the picture, the cover image and the output image are same, but the secret image is actually hidden in the cover image. And unless you know for sure that this is the image that has a confidential file, it is not easy to scan it. So if you hide a confidential document in a steganographed image and send it through WhatsApp or Facebook, and only the receiver and the sender will know about it. It is not possible for anybody to find out that there has been a hidden message in that particular image. Email hacking. Now, if you go through the slides that I showed before, now you can use this platform to maybe test it out for academic purposes. I would strongly suggest not to do it for any other purpose because you may be prosecuted as a cyber criminal by the Indian Penal Code. So this website basically gives you the opportunity to send your friends an email from maybe Bill Gates' official email ID or maybe Mark Zuckerberg's official ID saying they won a VIP access to this or that. But this is how usually cyber criminals use to impersonate a superior of a company, sending a mail to their subordinate stating to share confidential company information in order to do some office work or some office process. But in fact, they actually use that confidential information to break into that company and cause damage. Now, phishing. I'm not going to go with phishing a lot because basically what phishing means is you create a fake website that looks similar to the original website and take the confidential information of the victim that is being targeted. There are basically three types of phishing that I want to cover. The first one is spear phishing, where one person is usually targeted by several means of fake advertisements and warning messages and threats, making him click on making making him want to click on it out of sheer frustration, and that successfully gets gives the cyber criminal the information that he's seeing. Now, this is clone phishing. Clone phishing is basically, like the name suggests, a definite replica of the original website. But the only thing that is different is the URL of the top, if you can see. Now, the URL does not have to be so different. I could put another E in Facebook and make, I could purchase a domain for like $200 on maybe GoDaddy or HostGator.com. And I could put another E and use this page and send it to random people. When they put, and they think it's an official Facebook website because the way it looks is exactly the same. And they put in their information, their login and password, and try to log in, but instead of logging in, they get an error message. And I instead get the confidential details, their passwords and email IDs. Now, phone phishing, in turn, is exactly like your normal phishing, but it is used by, it's done through the medium of a phone call, basically a social engineering attack, or the victim calls you up saying he's from the bank, saying some problem has occurred with your account and you need to share your details. Now, that is basically phone phishing. Now, the way you identify a phishing attack, you have to recognize the sender. And if the message has an unusual attachment, which is not what you're expecting, do not download it. And if the message has a link and you're doubtful about it, then it is best you open a new tab and manually type the URL yourself, not following it. Not following the link on the body of the mail that you received, but through Google itself. And you could always look for the HTTPS, like I mentioned in the earlier slides. Now, an SQL injection I would like to go through is using the vulnerabilities of the web page itself to access the database. Now, the way it's done is if you can see on the bottom of the orange-ish arrow, there's a random or apostrophe 1 is equal to. Now, these are the codes that actually cause an error message in the password. Now, if there is an admin website or an admin interface that needs a username and password, I simply put user on the user ID and put a combination of these codes. Now, what this code does is it bypasses the entire password verification process because of the error in the password and gives you access to what is after the verification, which is the admin panel. Now, it was very rampant, and this happens if your web apps are not securely coded or enough security measures are not taken. Now, I'd like to. This is the last topic. I'm sorry to take up a lot of your time, but VPN. I'd like to go through VPN. Well, basically, VPN is it stands for Virtual Private Network, and this provides a safe tunnel for you. As you can see on the image, you have the phone and the end result, the laptop on one end, and the server that holds information. Now, if two people are connecting through the internet, you can it forms a tunnel. If you can see the cloud, that's basically the internet, and the green bars that are connected, you are not directly connected to the internet or the website that you are viewing. You are in fact connected to a virtual private network. Now, this encrypts your data. If there is a hacker who wants to interfere with or read the packets that you want to transfer safely to anybody else. And the fun part is not only hackers, but even governments can't snoop in a VPN unless they are completely sophisticated and equipped with it. Now, I think the best VPN that everybody should use is a Tor. We call it the Onion router. The Tor is a free and open source software enabling anonymous communication by directing internet traffic. So Tor is usually run by individuals who have nothing to gain with it. It's purely community-based server, so your information is pretty safe, and it's very hard to intercept your confidential information. In fact, darknet is usually accessed through the Tor browser. With that, I conclude my presentation. I have given a copy of the presentation and a 5,500 word document explaining in more detail about the presentation. On the link, on the first link, I just made a free website on it. So you could go through that. And the second link is for the Tor project if you ever want to have a VPN. The first link also, I have been, for the past 10 days, I have been adding one new article every day on cyber security. If you want to go through it and read it, that would really be helpful to you. And if you ever have any more questions about all of this, you can obviously approach me on my LinkedIn profile.
Thank you, Veda Vivek sir, for your kind deliberation. So before moving to vote of thanks to you, there is a question from Mahesh Kumar Solanki. He is asking that is Wi-Fi can also access personal information?
Yes, that is right. You can access information through Wi-Fi as well. It is usually done when you sniff packets through the Wi-Fi. Now, there are different protocols to a Wi-Fi security. You have WEP, you have WAP. Now, these are password protocols or encryption protocols that a Wi-Fi uses to encrypt your plain text password. Now, using a Kali Linux operating system, you can easily sniff these packets. Basically, information is traveling through the air when you are using Wi-Fi. So, using these tools, you can actually gather that information from the air and decrypt it.
Okay, one more question is from Sangramjit Dev. He is asking, how do we protect sensitive information handled and stored by the third-party apps or vendors?
First thing I would say is I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but it is impossible to control factors that are beyond our physical reach. Now, when you use third party apps or vendors, they usually ask you for permission. Now, once you give them the permission, it becomes hard for you to have any control. Now, the only way you know how they are using the information is if you read the terms and conditions, which frankly 99% of the people do not. Now, you can either reject the permission and not use the third party app, or you can read the terms and conditions, make your mind up, and accept it. But if you are sending sensitive information to anybody, or you're sharing confident information to somebody that you trust, then there are ways you can, like steganography I mentioned, you could use steganography, or you could use encrypted instant messengers. Now, I don't trust WhatsApp, to be honest. I use something called Signal, and it is being endorsed or rather promoted by Elon Musk as well in the past few months, but I've been using Signal for quite some time now. Signal is encrypted, and it keeps all your information that is being transferred from that app within the app. It does not give access to third party apps to access any information within Signal. So, if it is something instant, I would suggest you use Signal, but if anything else, I would suggest you use Tor. But if you have given permission to any third party apps, then it becomes quite hard for you to secure your data.
One more last question is from Deep Devnath. He is asking, is a master student, he is asking, if someone commits a crime using VPN, then what is possible to find him using VPN? If someone done any kind of offense or crime, then it is possible to find him.
Yes, so it is possible to find him, but there are two prongs to this, two parallel ways to do it. Now, if you, like you said, he's a master's student.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you are pursuing as a professional in IT, then you will have to go through the VPN. You'll get the immediate IP address of that particular person. Now, the way it is done is we call it proxy bouncing, where you don't use one VPN, but you use different VPNs of different countries before you finally reach the website that you want to target or the person you want to target. But that still means the victim has the last IP address. So you will have to essentially trace back the IP addresses. Now, the other part of the investigation is when the law enforcement is involved. Now, the law enforcement, because of their authority, has the right to demand these IP addresses from the VPN or the free VPN websites that are hosting them. So that's two ways you can find out if a VPN is being used in the end person.
Okay. Thank you, Veda Vivek ji. Now I would like to request Dr. Jayati Lahiri De, the Joint Organizing Secretary, to give vote of thanks to the speaker, Veda Vivek ji.
I would like to thank Mr. Veda Vivek Raj for taking out time from his busy schedule and enlighten us with the knowledge about such relevant topic of the era. Many important points are highlighted. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
And I would also like to request DSS team kindly offer the token of appreciation certificate to Veda Vivek Raj Kakulus. kindly share the
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate
Please
this
accept on
opportunity.
behalf of the Department of Computer Information Science, Raiganj University. Please accept, sir.
Yeah, I'm honored to accept this.
Now I would like to request the DSS team to offer the homage or appreciation certificate to our joint organizing secretaries. First, Dr. Jayati Lahiri De. Madam, please accept this homage
I
from
am
the.
honored to accept the certificate. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, now I would like to request accept the certificate by another joint organizing secretary and also faculty member of the Department of CIS, Dr. Arup Sarkar. Please share the certificate to Dr. Arup Sarkar.
On behalf of Dr. Arup Sarkar, I am accepting the certificate because sir is very busy with the NAC related work. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now there is a special announcement. Since the feedback link already provided in your YouTube chat box, so I would like to request all the participants kindly fill the feedback one link already given in that chat box. Our next session will start from uh, 2 p.m. onwards. So there will be a gap of uh, 30 minutes. We will revert back to the workshop after 30 minutes. So I would like to take the opportunity to all of you kindly go for a break and we will join this workshop at 2 p.m. sharp. But before 5 minutes, please join to the national workshop. Few more session is pending. After pending the session, you have to fill the feedback link 2. Feedback link 2. Once you fill the feedback link 2, then only you could get the certificate. So we all will meet at 1:55. Thank you all.
We are live.
So shall we start?
Yeah.
Okay. So very good afternoon to all of you, those who are present in NAWCYSLIA. So we are now in technical session 2 after this break. Thank you so much for all the participants, those who have nicely joined the program and attending the session with two important sessions. One is on law, another is on security, and also joining in the inaugural session of this national workshop. Since this is a national workshop in online mode, so we don't have any opportunity for the lunch. So all of you have to done, or I think already you have done your lunch of your own. So we are extremely sorry for this part, because in online system, in online mode, everything is not possible. But it's a good gift from the information technology field that we are doing lot of things remotely, even in different kind of situations. So without wasting of much time, now I would like to request to Mohsin Quresh to share his topic on emerging threats in cybersecurity. Before moving to the session, I would like to introduce about him. Sri Quresh is a cybersecurity expert and work in various type of pen testing organization, and he has done in the areas of data security, network pen testing, web pen testing, and so many real-time threat analysis and challenge management. He is actively engaged in cyber security in real and in practical situations. So on behalf of this National Workshop on Cyber Security, Law and Information Assurance, from the Information Science Division and Department of Computer and Information Science, would like to invite him for his valuable session. So over to Sri Quresh.
Thank you to all. Thank you. I'm really, now I'm just to tell you about the real-time threading, right? So the real-time threading is basically when you using the Wi-Fi as a public read on the railway station and CCD, CCD and start work, right? So there are just so many places which is a provider free, right? The internet. So how to the secure from this situation, which is the collecting the data, right? And by the man in the middle attack and sniffing, and there are so many threats on the found on the private network, right? So I'm not talk about to the LAN area. I'm just talk about the small area for the LAN area, right? So local area network. We also know about what is the the LAN area, right? So I'm show you as a practically what kind of the threat and what kind of the the attacks on possible on the private area, right? So right now I'm just create the scenario, which is the same scenario. Video stay, sitting on the start, CCD, all right, and you're using the CCD, the internet, right, the free Wi-Fi. So how to the protect from there, right, and how to the pen test. So I'm just show you as a pen test is my small network, right? So firstly, I'm just tell you about my scenario, today's scenario, what is actually that, right? So I have the two devices, two mobile phone. One is my cell phone is hotspot, right, and second is my victim, right, and the third is my system is the attacker, right? So I'm showing you okay how to the collecting the information for the victim, right? The device which is the connect with the private network, right? As just CCD, all right. So as just let's we just assume, all right. Okay, right now we are sitting on the CCD and using the private Wi-Fi, the public Wi-Fi, which is the open Wi-Fi, right? So firstly, I'm just show you as a as a present by the drawing, all right. And wait, I'm just share my screen also, right? And firstly, I'm start this. All right. So this session is totally, the practically part, right, and too much technical, right? And if you have any question as a query, so you just ask me on the last session, right? So easily, right? Now, and I'm just share my screen, right? All right. So as you can see, is it visible? Is that visible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay, fine. So, for example, this is the area which is a CCD, right? The cafe coffee day, right? And you are sitting on here, and me also on here, right? And please do not mind. Actually, my drawing and writing are also the bad, right? Because I'm engineer, so that is the thing, right? So now, so right now I'm the here and the attacker on here, right? So attacker and the victim, the connect with the same network, the the router. And we know about the router is basically provide the routing and the way for the connectivity for the public area to the private, right? So, and this device is also the part of the network, and this device is also the part of network. But router does not understand that guy is a malicious or not, right? Because the router is understand that is a connect with the by the IP address, because the router is a provide the IP address and switch is a provide the collect the information on the CAM table is a MAC address, or the CAM table is a MAC address, right? So that's the thing. So router is provide the IP address, right? So router does not understand that guy is a malicious or not, right? And this is also the client, right? So this is the attacker, and then attacker is connect by the one IP address, which is let me just put on that IP address and mention, which is for the understanding. Okay, this is the attacker IP address, right? So the attacker IP address is 192.168 and 0.1. All right. Oh, sorry, 0.3. All right. And the victim IP address is simply, I'm just mention on that. All right, there. The victim IP address is 192.168 and 0.4. Right. And as you can see here, there's a basically a class C IP address, right? So 192.168 and 0 dot, right? And 192.168 and 0, right? So the network ID are the same, but the host ID are the changes, right? And as you can see here, right? So host ID are changes. When you connect the same network, or the multiple host devices, so it's a network ID are the same, but the host ID are the changes, right? So this router IP address is also, right? So I just mentioned on the router IP address on there, right? So the router IP address is so simple because the first, right, 192.168 and 0.1, right? So this is the router IP address, all right? So the router is a provide the IP address from this device and also this device, right? So this is the IP address 192.168 and 10.4 and 192.168.0.3, right? So attackers take advantage about this situation and they spoof the IP address to the router and also the victim, all right? So attackers say to the victim, hey victim, if you sending any packet to the Google, so you not send in the router, you send to me because I am a router, right? I repeat, the attacker say to the victim, hey victim, if you sending any packet to the router, please do not send the router because the router is me. Because the attacker is spoof the router IP address, right? So router, if you respond to the client, so the client is me and please responding to me, all right? So now the attack, the router is understand you are the victim and victim is understand you are the router and you are the part of the middle area, right? Let me, I'm just, explain out again. All right. So there's a router, all right, and there is a the attacker machine, and there's a victim machine, right? So if any packet is sent the victim or the client to the Google, so first is sent to the router, and then router sent to the public area network, because the router is connect the ISP server, and we know about the ISP means the internet service provider, which is the Airtel and Jio, right? So right, so these are the there are so many the ISP server, right? But we will not talk about the ISP server. I'm just only the private area. This is the private area, which is the the router and clients, right? So this victim send the packet to the Google, but first is sent to the router, right? So let's deal with the router. But I've just spoof the the victim IP, the router IP address on here, and now the victim is deal with me as a router. So victim send any packet, so every packet to me as a router, and I'm sent to the router, right, as a victim, because I'm spoof the router IP address and also the victim IP address, right? And then the router is sent back to me, and he respond to this victim as I understand. So I'm just sent and again that, right? So right now I'm in the middle area, right? That is the call is the man in the middle attack, right? So this man in the middle attack is a possible on the open Wi-Fi and free Wi-Fi, which is the CCD, and there are so many hotels is provide the passwords, and you directly connect with the the network. So first the attacker is a find out the IP address on the network, okay, how many a device is connect on there, right? So the first we are just find out the IP address, how many a devices connect on there. Second, sniffing the packets, okay, which the client website watch, and we are try to the media data, and also, and then second we have sent the fake link, all right, the send the fake link, or which is control the browser, the victim browser, and try to the phishing attack, and there are so many other things. So this session is totally based on the practical, not the theoretical, right? And this is the really technically part, and if you have any problem, if you have any doubts or anything, so you just directly ask me on the after this session, right? So let's do that the practically part, right? So let me show you how many devices on there in my site, right? And hello, right? So this is my cell phone, this is the Nokia, right? And we just deal with as a router, right? And this is a phone, right? And one of the device, my the one was the Oppo phone, right? Because the 80 and 90% people engage with the cell phone, right? It's not the carry the laptops, it's only the carry the portable mobile devices, right? So this is a cell phone, right? I'm just show you as attack on the cell phone, right? So this is the victim device, and this is the router, and my laptop as a deal, the attacker, right? So firstly, we'll check out, okay, what is my router IP address, which is running on my the network, right? Which is a part of the network, because I'm the connect with the router. So firstly, I'm just check out what is my router IP address, right? So let me, I'm just right? I'm the Kali user, right? And this is the Linux based operating system, and the Kali is a perfect operating system for the pen testing, right? All the pen, the network pen testing, or web pen testing, or server pen testing. So now, so and this Kali, the Kali operating system have the all pre-installed the tools, attacking or pen testing tools. So that's why it's too popular, and also they provide the certification OSCP and OSCA and OSWE and OSEB and OSWE, right? So there are so many certification which is provide the Kali, right? So let's do. I'm just on the terminal, and this is the terminal, right? Firstly, let me check out what is my router IP address, and this put the simple command. But first we are just a little bit and right now is I think so is visible, right? So let's try. It was visible my terminal, right? Is that visible my terminal now? Hello.
Yes, it's visible.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, great. So let's try, and let me just access the root, right? So and the root that is means the privilege or the control the whole system, all right? And there is no need for the privilege and all that, right? Because I'm directly a switch on my router root area, all right? The root means you control the whole system and without the any the privilege, right? So I have the full privileges on my system, right, as a root. So that's why I just show the the hash symbol that is the means the root access, right? So let's find out what is my router IP address and just type the ARP hyphen A. So what is the ARP? ARP means the address resolution protocol. That is a communication protocol when you connect with this network. So it's transfer the the message to the switch to the victim. The client, right, which is the new devices connect. So it's collect the MAC address and store in the CAM table. So this is the make on my system. It's a cache as an ARP, right? When I'm just hit enter, and as you can see here, there's a basically a show the gateway IP address, right? And that gateway IP address is 192.168 and 43 and 164, right? So this is my gateway IP address. And the question is that what is the gateway? Gateway is the router, right? So this is my router IP address. And what about this IP address? And right, so this IP address is my the victim device, and also this IP address is different of the victim, right? Which is the connect with my the router, the same router, because I'm the part of the same router and also the victim of the part of the same router. Because this attack is a possible on the private network, all right? So let's do, and firstly we just check out okay, how many a device is connect with this network, right? So there is two tools which is used. One is the NANMAP and second is the NetDiscover, right? So I'm just recommend the NANMAP. So I'm just use the NMAP hyphen capital TN and put the IP address in 192.168 and what is my victim, the router IP address, because I'm just check out the router how many a device you connected, right? And you just give me the information about the devices, right? So this one. So let me just try and put the commands and let's check out okay, how many devices connect with this the router. All right, it's take time and there we go. And as you can see, this is a perfectly giving informations. One is my device, right? This one. This is my router IP address, and as you can see here, right. Second is the Oppo phone, cell phone, telecommunication, right? Let me show you. Because the victim cell phone, the victim cell phone is Oppo phone, right? And as you can see here, and I'm show you also the IP address of this, right? And easily you collect the information when you in the private network, right? And just wait, I'm show you the MAC address and also the IP address, right? And this is the, I think so, this is the mirror image, and my camera is also the bad, but please, right, sorry, and there's it. So IP address 192.168, and actually there's actually a problem with this, it's not the perfect my camera, right? Right. So let's go. And this IP address is 192.168 and 43 and 17, right? And this is the show the information. Okay, this is the device, the Oppo mobile phone telecommunication, right? So this is the perfectly information, right? So let's do the fun with this device, and let's the capture the packet, which is the transfer this cell phone to the router, and the router respond to this device, right? So I'm just copy this IP address, right? And please keep the remember, the router IP address also, because the man in the middle attack is a perform the attack. First, you say to the router, "Hey router, I am a victim," and you say to the victim, "Hey victim, I am the router," right? So now, and you just try to your the commands, and then send to the the same thing same time the both IP address is communicate, right? The router say to the victim and victim say to the router, right? So like that. So firstly, we just need to the the dynamically IP address configuration. That means because the one device or the one host, host means the device. One host is connect with the one IP address, but right now we just try to the three IP addresses same time. So that's why we just dynamic or the laptop as a dynamically changing the IP address at the same time, the three IP addresses at the same time. So that's why we just put the IP address in the forwarding mode. Right. Firstly, I'm just check out what is the forwarding and where the forwarding mode is enabled or not. Right. So let's check out. So I'm just put the command and cat command, and then path is root and proc and the sys and /nat and IPv version 4, because we are work right now the IP version 4, right? So IP underscore and forward, right? Because the IP forwarding that means is forwarding the same time the three IP address at the one device, right? So that means check out. Right now is a show the 0, and that 0 means this is a disable. The forwarding is a disable, right? So 0 means a DAT, and 1 is means the the enable, right? So let me just put the enable the IP forwarding. So I'm just put the echo and echo 1. So 1, and let's put on the right. So it's an IP forwarding the same path, LAW6 and NAT and IP version and IP forwarding, right? Let me just check out again, keep that enable or not. So it's a perfectly as enable, right? All right. So let's do the second tool, which is providing the spoofing, right? So that tool name is the dsnif, right? It's the dsnif, right? So dsnif is a stack that means the collection of utilities on there, right? So the collection of utilities, that means that dsnif is a provider spoofing, sniffing and all that, right? So let's spoof. Firstly, I'm just check out what is my network the network the name, the interface name, because right now I'm connect with the Wi-Fi right there, right? So let me check out what is my interface name. So I'm just put the ifconfig, the command, which is show you connect with this the network, the interface in the Wi-Fi. So that is the Wi-Fi interface name, right? WLN0. The Wi-Fi interface name is a very important part of the private network attack, because you just communicate with this this device, right? This interface, the name, right? So let's put just to keep the remember also, right? And this the interface name, right? So I'm just put the ARP spoof. ARP spoof is a part of the dsnif, right? Which is you simply install on the Kali and pre-install the Kali, the dsnif tool, right? So ARP spoof is a part of the dsnif, because the dsnif is basically the stack, which is the collection of utilities on them, right? So ARP spoof, and you put the -I for the interface, and what the interface are. So WLN0, right? So this is my interface. And first we are talk about to the victim, right? So the victim, hey victim, and just tell to the victim, hey victim, I am the router. So that means my target IP address is victim IP address. So the victim IP address is 192.168 and 192.168 and 174. So I'm just put the 192.168, right, and .43 and .174. This is my victim IP address. And what say to the victim IP address? You say to, hey victim, I am a router, right? So you put the here the router IP address. So the router IP address is 164. I think so you remember, because last time just show my router IP address, and this is the 164. This is the gateway IP address, because I'm saying to the hey victim, I am a router, hey victim, I am a router. I am the continuously send the packet to the victim, hey victim, I am a router, hey victim, I am a router. On which interface? And this my Wi-Fi interface, right? So let's try and hit enter. And right now is a continuously ARP reply to the victim, the attack, the victim. Hey victim, I am a router. Hey victim, I am a router. Right? Just continue. All right. So that means the first step we are covered, right? Because the victim understand you are the router, right? So attacker is the router, and the second step is this: the router say to hey router, I am a victim, right? So let me firstly access the super user, right, as a sudo, and ARP spoof at the same thing, but this time I'm changed the suffering the IP address, right? So right now my victim, the target IP address is the router IP address, and my victim IP address is the victim IP address, right? It's just the perfectly, because the last I put this thing, the 6 for the last and 17 for the first, right? And the same thing, 6 for the first and the 17 for the last. Because this is the thing is the router I am a victim, and this is the hey router hey victim I am a router, right? Like that, right? So the both step is done, right? And the router understand your laptop is a victim, and the victim understand your laptop is a router, right? Let's do the sniffing starting, right? So the both thing is a perfectly run on there, right? So, and as you can see here, right, is continually the sending the packet to the router and victim also, right? So let's open the new tab, and again the new tab is terminal, and firstly we just access the super user, and let's try to the sniffing packet by the the URL format, right? So and URL sniff, right, is also the part of the DNS sniff, right? DSniff, right? And when you install the DSniff, URL sniff and ARP spoofing the provider same time, right? So let's just try. And right now there is no show any information on there, right? So this is my victim, the cell phone. Let's try and open the any website, open the HTTP website, not the HTTPS, because the HTTP website means the hypertext transfer protocol. This is the only plain text packets of the traveling on the network, right? HTTPS is a secure layer, right? Secure socket or layer, right? So we can discuss later about that. What is the SSL and how to the breach of that, right? But firstly, we just show you the how to the collect the information for this cell phone, right? So let me just open the browser, and as you can see here, the Mozilla browser, and let's try to the open the any website or which is the HTTP website, not HTTPS. And let's try if that capturing the packet or not. And there's a one more tool, and as you can see, right? So which website I'm watch on right now, and as you can see, this is a full information is collecting right now. This is the Android, right? The Android phone 1.1.5, right? So this is a mobile phone, and which browser I'm use, the Mozilla, and which website I'm watching on there, right? And as you can show you the which website I'm the show, right? So this is the RTM website, rtm.in, right? It's a perfectly collect information, and right now you just observe, right? You just assume, okay, you are in the CCD, the CCD or the cafe or coffee day and Starbucks, right? And you access the free Wi-Fi, and easily hacker is collect your information, browser information, and which website you watch, and every information is easily the collecting on the right. So right. So last we the cover the all theoretically part, right, which is my colleagues and the professor and also. But this time is a practically, okay, if that possible or not, right? So that's why I'm just showing the practically as a emerging threat, which is the real time, right? So and as you can see, perfectly information collect. So which the browser I'm use, Android phone, right, and which website right now I'm watch, right, the RTM website. Let's Control C, and stop this one, and let's try to collect information as a media. All right, the media. This is the taxable data, which is a URL format, but I just want to the media data. So the media data I just need to the DriftNet, and DriftNet I'm just say, hey DriftNet. DriftNet is a perfect tool which is the collect the sniffing packet on the images format. And let us try it. Okay, that the collect the images format or not. So I'm just put, hey DriftNet, my interface name is WLN0. All right. So let's try, and this is a new Windows start on there. And again, I'm just go to the browser. All right, and as you can see here, right, let's try to the rtm.in again, the website, because with the RTM website is not the HTTP, because it's the lock is not present on there, right? And let's try keep that collect all information or not, because sometimes the browser is not sending the perfectly a packet, but I'm just try keep that collecting. So it's not collecting the media data right there, right? But this website is on there, but I think so this is not possible on right now, because this is a technically problem on my route right there, right? So but easily easily you just sniff the HTTP or the taxable data on there, right? So and as you can see again, I'm just open again the the Chrome browser, right? And let me check out if that Chrome browser information is giving on there the terminal or not, right? So attacker is collect the information as a Chrome browser or not, right? So again, I'm just opening the RTM website. And let's the wait. Yeah, perfectly. There's actually a technical problem, but last I'm just show you as a Mozilla is easily collecting the information, right? So I think so you understand. Okay, this is the possible on the private area, which is you are work on the office, and someone is trying to the sniffing the packets or the using the man in the middle attack, and someone you just date on the the Starbucks or CCTV, CCD, and there are so many places which is provide the free internet. So if you using the free internet, you just try to the using the VPN, right? So the Tor, right? It's a perfectly, which is the the cover the whole the thing is capturing the packets on, because the VPN is a provide the internal link, which is your packets or your data is totally encrypted, and you first use checkout, keep that HTTP website or HTTPS website, right? So I think so you cover. I think so you understand. Okay, this is the possible on the private network, the man in the middle attack. Easily collect the information as a URL base and also the media database, right? Let's try to the another thing, right? So first we are covered, right, the man in the middle attack, right? Second, we are just try to the hack the victim browser, right? The victim browser mean you control the victim browser, fully control the victim browser. Yeah, right. So you provide the fake link on there and phishing attack and redirect on somewhere. So this is the actual thing, right? So 4 topic we are cover on the browser exploitation, right? So browser exploitation is a possible by attack on the to the connect the VPN, use the perfect antivirus on the Windows operating system, right? Because the Linux is as compared to the Windows, the secure as compared to the Windows. But if you want to the your Windows operating system is you want to the secure, so you just use the another attack, and that attack is a control the victim browser fully control side scripting. And that cross-site scripting means the browser, let me just tell you about the browser, right? The browser is a client to the HTTP, all right? So any HTTP server is a response, is accept on the browser, right? and there is only the three languages support on the browser. One is a CSS, the client side, right? Second is the HTML, and third is a programming language, which is the JS, right? JavaScript. So the V framework is a transfer the JS file, the JS payload to the victim browser and control the full control of the victim browser, right? So by the JS format, because the JS is a client-side language, and right now is currently work on the server side using the Node.js, but right now we just work on the client-side area, right? Because the client-side area means the client is using the browser, right? So let me just start this tool. Beef SSX, right? And as you can see here, and it's automatically a start, right? There's no need for that, right? You just put the command and easily a start. And as you can see here, there's a basically a provide the hook.js, that is the payload. That the payload is a control the victim browser, right? So, right? So, and as you can see here, this is the browser is running on the port number 3000. All right. Let me just show you. Firstly, show you as a as a graphically how to work on the V framework, right? Right. So right now the browser, this is the router, and I am on here at the the attacker. And this is the victim, right? So I'm open the web browser on there, and then Beef is a provide two things. One is the controller phase, which is a control the victim browser. Second is the payload, which is the control the browser, right? So this JS format, this JS just include inbuilt in the HTML file, and then transfer the file to the victim system, right? And victim is click on this link, so open the browser, right? And I'm just giving the juicy images on the HTML pages, all right? So it's just like a Turkey style like that. So I'm just put the juicy images on there, and then transfer the the link onto. Okay, hey brother, please check out this link. This link is a very interesting, and there are so many the product or the offer and all that, right? You put on that fake the HTML page, and then victim is a checkout. So automatically that JS the hook.js file is inject into the client browser, and after the inject this JS file and is directly connect with my the controller phase, and now I'm control the whole the browser by this controller phase. Let's do the practically, right? And firstly, I'm just start my the Beef, right? So let me copy this link, and as you can see, there is a mention on that. Open the web UI, right, which is the controller part. So panel. I'm just copy this link and go to the browser and put on the browser first, right? So this is the controller, and this is the credential base. Is a the default credential is a Beef and Beef, right? Beef and Beef, right? So, and as you can see, there is no any browser hook with the online right now, because I'm not sending any any link to the this cell phone, right? So let's try to let's send the link. But firstly, we just need to start my Apache HTTP server, because I'm stored this the file HTML file on my own server, right? So how do they start? I'm just simply with attacker is start the Apache server, right? So Apache server, Apache 2, and simply the start, because the Kali is a pre-installed, right? Apache. Oh, sorry. Service, all right, Apache 2. An attacker is a simply start the Apache server on the local area, right, and easily start, and it's just customize or the write the code on the HTML and put the hook.js file on the HTML part, right? So let me show you where the server directory. So cd var www and HTML. Right, so and as you can see here, there is a one index.html file, right? I'm already done this thing, but I'm show you right? So nano, and then attacker do this like this thing, right? So attacker is a create of the simple HTML file and hook the JS file, the JS file, the link on there, right? So when the user or when the the victim click on this link, and automatically this hook.js file store in the victim browser. Let's do that, and right, and just try to, right? And this HTML page is so simple. Just put the only the p hook.js file on there, right? And just save this file, and let's try. And let me just check out what is my IP address. My IP address is 192.168 and 43 and 219, right? And let's try and let's check out, okay, that hook Android phone or not, right? So let me just put 192. Let me just try again. 219, right? So IP address. So I'm send this link to the victim, right? Hey brother, please check out this link, right? And 168 and dot 43 and what 219. All right, let me just check. And as you can see, right? And just little bit wait, and is automatically connect with this browser, right? The hook.browser. It's too fast. Let me just refresh again. Oh, I think so. Is the IP address is changed on my site, on my HTML page. All right. So let me check. Oh yeah, that the IP address is changed because I'm put on my local IP address 2109, right? So this is my IP address because the V framework is running on my site, right? So that's why. And again, I'm just refresh this page. All right. I'm just refreshing this page, and is a let's check out is automatically a connect with this proof, right? And as you can see, this is the online, right? And is automatically a connect. Let's do the fun with this because the second point we have covered, right? And successfully control the browser. And the third and fourth and fifth point we are just covered on them, right? First point, we just redirect the malicious website, right? By using the B framework, right? I'm just click on this IP address, and this is the giving information fully, all right, about to the the Android phone, right? Because this is the Android phone, right? And the question is that if that possible on the cell phone or the laptop or Windows operating system or Mac operating system or Linux operating system. So there is no problem. Easily you work on the any operating system. If you put on the private network, if you are on the private network of the part of the network, right? So easily. And I'm just go on to this option, the command option, when I click on that, right? And as you can see here, there are so many options on there, which is the control the fully this browser. Let me just redirect somewhere. Just hacked. Just redirect, right? So hacked. Redirect this image on the browser, right? So now this one. All right. So I'm just copy this link, and I'm just go on again the the B framework, and as you can see here, this this browser is not this page is not move on, and I'm just type on there the redirect, and enter. Find out the redirect browser. I'm just click on it and put on there the link, and let's try to the redirect on the page. Right, I'm just execute, and I think so redirect, right? So it's a perfectly work, right? And without the touching is a font, right? I'm just redirect anywhere, the malicious website or malicious, the put the any malicious or thing, right? So let's do the second thing, right? The first thing is successfully, right, perfectly work, right? So 192, and what is the my IP address? 192.168 and 43 and 219, right? So again, this is the same. the hack. Let's do the phishing attack on them, right? So without any touching or any link sent, I'm just the phishing page on there, right? So let's do. I'm just remove this one, and again, I'm just go to the social networking site, right? Social engineering, all right? And this is the basically is a perfectly a mention on the Google phishing. Let's try and execute again. When I'm execute and is automatically a the Gmail page on show. This is a perfect. And there we go. Let's put the username and password and try to the check out get that capture. So I'm just put the Moshin Quraish and the password is hacked. And let's try. And there is no redirect any pages. So and let's check out on there. And as you can see, the Moshin Quraish and that password is hacked. Easily I collect the passwords and passwords easily. Right. Let's the second thing, the third thing is done, right? And the fourth thing, we are just fake notification on the browser, right? The fake notification means for the updating, right? Okay, this is a browser is outdated. Please click on this updated and fake notification on the browser, right? So, and as you can see there, right? So there is so many fake notifications show on there. The fake notification bar and fake notification Chrome browser and Mozilla browser and all that. Firstly, let me just check out. There's a client is use the Mozilla Chrome browser. So I'm use the Chrome browser notification, not to any others, right? Because when I'm using the Mozilla Firefox notification on there, so that means the client is understanding someone is trying to attack, because I'm just trying to the social engineering like that, right? So I'm just open this one. And let's put on there the image which is last on copy, all right? So let's try, and is a yellow line, the yellow line is a show on there, right, for the notification. And as you can see, let me just show you. So this one, the yellow, right? When I click on it, so is automatically a redirect on the hack. Right, is a perfectly the control the browser by the piece is a perfect. All right, so let's do the something else. Let me just as a perfectly a pretty threat, right? So this one. So I'm just trying to the pretty threat, right? And I'm just there are so many things. Yeah. Right, so and the Facebook, and there are so many things. So let me show you. So Facebook and LinkedIn and YouTube and all that. But I'm just trying to the Facebook phishing, right? So I'm just execute, and I'm execute is automatically a pop up and show on there for the session logout. When you put the credentials on, and easily I'm just collect on them, right? So this is the really dangerous when you work on the private network or the public network. So this is actually the really dangerous area, right? Firstly, you just check out if you're work on the public network and using the free internet. So first you check out that any malicious guys on there or not. So that is a point, right? So I think so you understand for the practically part, and I think so you enjoy this practically part, right? Okay, how to control the cell phone and why using the Wi-Fi and all that. But there is actually the problem with the the timing, right? So that's why I'm show you the the starting from the initial, but this is actually a too fast. So if you have any questions, if you have any doubts, so you just ask me. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
So thank you, Dr. Sri Kuresh, for your kind presentation, and I hope this presentation will be helpful for the entire national workshop community for gathering their knowledge and also skill set.
Yeah, thank you.
And I believe that in future, whenever we organize any kind of national or international conference or events, definitely your role should be an important role for the practical oriented.
Yeah, exactly. Because yeah.
And I have a few questions to you. One question is from Golam Murtuja. Sir, how we will get fraud location through fraud mobile numbers? Means sometimes we get the fraud mobile calls. So is it possible to identify?
So yeah, that is actually question. There's so many students ask this question. There is actually a problem because right to the location finding the frauding call, right? But you just check out which the releases of this number is running, and this tool is named is a Infoga, right? So I will provide you the link of the Fawn Infoga, and then Fawn Infoga is a perfectly giving information about to the numbers, which number is running, or which place and all that. But is it correctly information or the perfect information you not collect, because this is the hand on the government, right? So it's not the the private.
One more question from Raj Shekhar. He is asking that in WhatsApp it mentioned end-to-end encryption, but there are third-party software by which we can know the last seen when he has checked. Even last seen if also off, we can check when the frequency of the WhatsApp uses. So it is the actual end-to-end encryption or something else?
Right. So right now, is a WhatsApp is working as a perfectly as to the security right now, the encryption of that. I think so. You understand. The Kali Linux is the problem. We need the timing, and I'm sure you that is actually the problem of the timing. But if you try to the hack or any kind of the attack on the Wi-Fi, but the Windows operating system, it's so many of the thing. The Wi-Fi
data space security kindly offer the homage and the token of appreciation to Sri Kuresh.
really thank to all.
Right? So due to pandemic, it is not possible, or we are organizing this in an online mode. By the way, we send you the email of this certificate and also the top related certificate to your official email ID. Thanks once again for this workshop. Give your valuable time on behalf of our organizing team. Thanks you for this cooperation for the students and academic community and for the betterment of Raiganj University. Now, I would like to request Sri Umesh Sarkar, who is also faculty member of the Department of CIS and also executive member of this NAWCYSLIA National Workshop and also the research scholar of the PhD in CIS of this university, to introduce our next speaker, Sri Abir Atarthi. So I would like to request Umesh Sarkar, please introduce Sri Abir Atarthi. So over to Sri Umesh Sarkar.
Hello everyone, I am Umesh Sarkar, faculty of CIS, Raiganj University. I am very thankful to all of you for your cooperation. I would like to introduce Sri Abir Atarthi. Abir Atarthi deep expertise in the domain of cyber security with more than 10 years of hands-on experience in the areas of network security, web security, security analytics, malware protection, threat intelligence, red teaming, cryptography, data protection, digital forensics, etc. etc. He is an offensive security professional, certified ethical hacker, and CHFI from EC Council, certified information system auditor from ISACA, and completed ISO 27001. Lead auditor and PCI DSS implementer certification from PSI. He is also Access Data certified investigator and completed a course on risk management framework from NIST, US Department of Commerce. He has accomplished short-term program in object-oriented programming in Java, certificate in C++ and data structure, and selected topics in software engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. Abir has authored several technical articles which have been published in IT security journals and is frequently invited to speak at many cyber security conferences and forums. He has been quoted by leading newspapers and TV channels at several occasions as SME. He is the technical reviewer of the book Beginning Ethical Hacking with Python from a press publication, New Year. He has conducted several workshops, training, and certification programs on cybersecurity for large corporate houses, government organizations, different universities, and engineering colleges. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Atroy to continue the session.
So, before moving to the session, I would like to express the data space team kindly offer the token of appreciation to Sri Umesh Sarkar, faculty member of CIS, as certificate of appreciation on behalf of the organizing committee. So, I would like to request Umesh Sarkar, please accept this certificate.
I agree, sir.
So, please, it is visible to your screen, this certificate?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, kindly accept this, and I also convey this certificate of appreciation also Sri Supriyan Sen, faculty member, Department of CIS, and also executive member of this national workshop, and also PhD scholar of the Department of CIS. So please show the certificate of Sri Supriyan Sen, who is busy with some other predefined schedule.
On behalf of him, I accept this.
Thank you, Sri Sarkar. Now I would like to request Sri Abir Atarthi to take the session, and I personally want to say something regarding this the person Abir Atarthi. Those who are not yet aware that during my PhD days, during my days at the PhD at the IIT Shibpur, my course and the coursework part in the academic institutes and also in the industrial part around 1.5 years. So it is about 2 years, and during this coursework, I had the opportunity to work with Abir Atarthi. So in this regard, he is also my teacher in this respect. So this is a great opportunity for me that Sri Abir Atarthi sir is present here. I would like to request to take the session. Sir, is it audible, Abid sir?
Hi. Is my skin visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, good. So, firstly, it's really pleasure to be here, and thank you, Raiganj University, and thanks to Data Space Security, both of them, for arranging this and inviting me. It's really, I'm deeply honored to be over here, and I can see so many scholars from universities and industry speakers are there. And thank you very much, Dr. P.K. Pal, for inviting me personally and arranging these sessions. And as you have mentioned earlier, that we had some interactions during your PhDs, and it was really good to know you and learn from you also, and vice versa. So thank you. Let us start this. See, I will be basically speaking in terms of, I'm from TCG Digital Solutions, Kolkata. I will be basically speaking from in terms of my industry experience as an auditor, a pen tester, and I will try to focus in these areas so that today the audience is mixed audience. As far my knowledge goes, university students are also there who wants to make a career into the cybersecurity. At the same time, I believe some industry professionals are also there, and the professors are also there. So I'll try to make it a mix and match, and majorly I'll be sharing my experience so that it helps to a students fraternity who basically who wants to come into this field, because this field has a very good opportunity. And I have seen from my experience that due to lack of awareness, many are not coming into the field. I'll try to focus on those areas. So let's a little bit from my organization, TCG Digital, basically build in the modern digital enterprises to leverage the power of analytics, mobility, digital sourcing. We have 400 plus digital minds, and we have a presence in US, Europe, Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacifics. Our India headquarters is Kolkata, and we have an office over here in India, Delhi, Mumbai. See, our technology focus is a Dr. Chatterjee group of company, Dr. Punendu Chatterjee. The focus on technologies basically that we are into is IIoT, industrial Internet of Technologies, clouds, big data, AI and ML, advanced analytics, mobility, augmented reality, robotics process, automations. So these are few of our clients from banking sectors, including SBI, United Bank of India, nowadays PNB, Capital Banks, Magma, Srei. In energy sectors also, we have a very good presence in hydropower, NHPC, Bhakrabees, Power Grid, POSOCO, Haldia Petrochemical is our flagship company. In government also, we have done a lot of work and have been doing, including Niti Aayog, Paradeep Port Trust, BSF. These all our clients, and from media also we have clients. These are very brief. Recently, we have acquired MCPI, their entire India business. MCPI is a Japanese-based company, petrochemicals. They have interest in petrochemicals. We are into life science. Our life science verticals company known as LabVantage. Our cyber security and analytics mobility known as TCG Digital. So at the very beginning, I want to present a small video where Russian hackers target the Ukrainian power plant.
Russian hacking to influence the American election has dominated the news, but we've also noticed a hacking attack that could be a future menace to America. Last weekend, parts of the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, went dark. Holly Williams reports that Russia appears to have figured out how to crash a power grid with a click.
Nearly 250,000 people lost power in this small Ukrainian city when it was targeted by a suspected Russian attack last December. Vasyl Pemchuk is the electric control center manager and told us when hackers took over their computers, all his workers could do was film it with their cell phones. It was illogical and chaotic, he told us. It seemed like something in a Hollywood movie. The hackers sent emails with infected attachments to power company employees, stealing their login credentials and then taking control of the grid systems to cut the circuit breakers at nearly 60 substations.
So you can see how the substation were brought down just using an email attachment, right? And this is Russian hackers targeted to the Ukrainian power plant. One recently, I hope you have heard about this. This is from Times of India recently on 1st March news. China appears to warn India, push too hard and lights could go out. And it was suspected that in Mumbai blackout on 12th October was basically Chinese attackers were there behind that blackout. So you can understand that criticality, importance of this cyber security. I mean, it has direct impact to our Indian economies. When your critical sectors goes down, and critical sector means banking, power, you have nothing to do. Without power, you cannot sustain. Like max 1 day or 2 days, even you won't have power in your battery backup to charge your mobile. So our entire economy will get collapsed. So this WannaCry also we know like how it has caused havoc. Like 10,000 systems across 104 countries were shut down. And India was also not spared. We know all about this. Then you have seen another ransomware called PETA. That was much more dangerous than WannaCry because this ransomware overwrites your master boot record of your disks and making these disks unusable. 12,000 plus systems across 65 countries, including India, were affected.
Experts are calling the WannaCry virus the largest cyber attack in history.
The massive hack brought business to a screeching halt for companies all around the world late Friday. The identity of the hackers is still unknown. As Reed Binion reports, experts are concerned the problem could expand as the work week starts.
The numbers are rising again.
Law enforcement officials around the world emphasizing that the threat from Friday's massive global cyber attack is not over yet.
We've never seen anything on this scale. And our concern is the way in which this, for the first time, we've seen something that combines the ransomware with a work functionality.
The concern is that as employees return to work Monday and fire up their desktops, they'll fall victim to the virus that froze hundreds of thousands of computers over the weekend.
The infection of one computer triggers rather remotely an infection of entire networks.
The ransomware known as WannaCry exploits a vulnerability in outdated versions of Microsoft Windows, locking down all of the computer's files. The hackers then demanding hundreds of dollars in ransom to relinquish control of the files. Microsoft's chief legal officer said Sunday that the company is working to address the problem, but also said companies have a responsibility to update their systems, and that governments must do more to proactively fight cyber threats. The security flaw that hackers used was made public after information was stolen from the NSA. A UK security researcher found a way to stem the initial spread of the virus. But Europol Director Rob Wainwright says that the solution was merely a temporary one.
The cybercriminals has already responded to that and issued a variant of the threat that gets beyond that.
I'm Reed Binion reporting.
The attack has affected at least 200,000 computers. Hospitals, banks, government agencies, we're talking about at least 150 countries.
So you have seen how ransomware WannaCry caused havoc. One thing I would like to tell that though I'm conducting the session, I would basically, would like to hear from you people what you are thinking about cybersecurity tools, techniques, procedures, and would love to answer your questions. So wherever you feel any doubts, queries, please note down, and we'll have a question answer session at last, and I would love to hear from you. So you see the global spending on the cybersecurity continues to rise. It's 6 trillion annually in 2021, right? Donald Trump's already had said that this is the fastest growing crime in the US. And at the same time, labor crunch to hit 3.5 million unfilled jobs by 2021. So you can see this area and scope over here. I myself have seen from my personal experience, we in our company we keep on searching for right kind of guy having good knowledge of cyber security, but we are not getting. And it's not our company's problem; it's the universal problem. There's extreme labor crunch in cybersecurity because due to sudden digitization and digital India, now everything is digital. So as you move to the digital, the hackers, criminals are there, and you need the people to secure them, and which is not available because very few have these knowledge in this area. I'm talking about the right knowledge. When I'm saying the knowledge, I'm talking about technically skilled guys. So that means here is a big scope, right? This is a little bit old statistics. There are 13 reports that more than 27,000 cases, cyber crimes in Jan. So right now we can imagine it has exponentially increased. So one cyber crimes in India every 10 minutes, right? These also little bit old statistics, but it has increased a lot now. This is also in 2019, little bit old statistics. 13 lakhs Indian debit credit cards details got hacked and being sold into dark webs. This is also happening in 2018, and this is also happening now also. Gangs disable cells and steal 16 lakhs with new SIM. We called it as a SIM swap fraud. Cosmos banks, lost 94 crores even after taking so much counters. And this, we do not have time to present case studies over here. If you see these case studies, is very, very interesting. The attack started on Friday because Saturday, Sunday all are closed, and gradually how they compromised the SWIFT, their internal systems, and how they siphoned the money. So this is a very interesting case study that I have discussed in many sessions. See, I'll say the companies are vulnerable to hack, frankly. And we know numerous companies who are still vulnerable and their data is completely exposed. I personally have alerted many of them, but many of them chosen to ignore, and many of them has responded. But those who have not responded, what they did is, they are putting the customer's data, your data, our data into the disk. See, that was a very brief scenario about the cyber security. And you see cyber security framework that are followed in the industry, and we also follow those frameworks. Those frameworks are globally accepted frameworks, and if whoever is working on the cyber security field, and if you want to make a career into this, you need to follow those frameworks. You need to study how those frameworks works, and you need to match your client requirements, audit requirements to those frameworks. Because now, why we choose a framework? Because it results a shift from compliance to action and specific outcomes. See, the companies, banks, NBFCs, your microfinances, power sectors, whatever you take, the manufacturing, retail, BPO, KPOs, you see the companies have to shift to the compliance, right? Like you have to follow this cybersecurity compliance. Otherwise, like RBI has a very strict compliance requirements. If the banks do not follow those requirements, the bank RBI will not provide license. They will cancel their license. So compliance is a mandate, right? Now, It has built-in maturity model also because it is time tested. And it gives you a measure to where you are and where you need to go. That is very important, third point. And it can be implemented in any stages or degrees, which makes it more appealing to the business. That is why you must follow your cybersecurity framework. I have seen many guys or amateur hackers and all auditors, you say freshers, who they are they are really talented, but they are doing the audits, but they do not know what framework they are following, and they do not know how to match their findings with the framework. And if you cannot match that, it will not be accepted globally, frankly, because these frameworks are time tested and set and made up by the very experienced guys and organizations, international organizations. That is why you have to follow the framework. First is PCI DSS. You can note it down. This is basically used for payment card industry data security system. It has a very good market value. If you can be a PCI DSS certified auditors or certified vendors. This is basically useful for the payment card industry. Now, everything is digital. Wherever you go, you have to make payment through, wallet or your credit card, debit cards, and all. So, for the companies, specifically banks and payment companies, they have to comply these PCI DSS. So, if you know how to audit and comply the PCI DSS, you are into the demand. Right. Then another is very important. There are many ISO standards, but I have just named two standards over here: 27001 and 27002. See, this is the ISMS standard. See, when you talk about the security, you see the big companies, they also got hacked. Giant companies, including Google, Microsoft, NASA, they have confessed. Okay, now their security you can imagine, right? But still they got hacked, their data breached, their network compromised. How did it happen? Don't you think that they are the superior technology they are using? But still it happened. See, security allow only with the technology you cannot protect. You need three pillars over here. Those pillars are very important. People, process, technology. Technology has to be there. People needs to be aware about the technology. People needs to know how to use the technology. And there should be process. Let me give you a simple example. Let's say you have a process. Whoever enters in your premises or in your office organization, he has to sign a register. He has to sign, visitor register. So that becomes your process, right? So process basically comes from the top-down approach, right? Top-down approach means management has to agree, and those processes will be implemented across the organization. That is called ISMS, Information Security Management System, and that audit standards, the ISMS audit is done. There are many standards. 27001 standard is the most widely used standards. Then there are some CIS benchmark standards. Those are for critical security controls. This is also an important one. And finally, the very popular framework that we follow into our day-to-day life for doing different types of audit activities in banks, power sectors, large manufacturing and retail organizations, and all the NIST framework. Okay, and specifically for technical sides, if you are doing vulnerability assessment or pen testing, I'll be coming to that what these terminologies are. I know many of you already know, but for those who are the news, I'll just have a quick go through. NIST SP 800-115, NIST 800 series guidelines you can get from the net, freely available, and you can follow them. See, the frameworks, what it does, they identify, then respond, then protect, then recover, and then finally detect. So, in case of identification, there are some asset management, business environment, risk assessment, risk management strategy, right? Like what are your assets, how you are maintaining them. Assets in the sense it can be your computer, laptop, printers, anything, right? Your routers. Okay, and what are your risks associated with that? Then you protect. Then how you implement the access controls. Let me to give you an example. Like you have a MAC binding, right, in your organization, and anyone's laptop cannot be connected. Any Tom and Dick Harry's laptop cannot be connected to the network. That means you have given access control over there, right? Then detections. You need to detect any anomalies. Let's say someone is trying to connect to the networks, or someone is trying to open PowerShell or command prompt. So that's a detection. I mean, those are the anomalies. That is not acceptable user policy. And then you have to respond. How you are responding those anomalies, and then you have some recovery plan. So these are the requirement categories for each of the functions. Now for any CIA triad and all, many of you know about these. Uh, Three pillars are there for information security: confidentiality, integrity, availability. Confidentiality means you only authorized entities have access to the data. That is confidentiality. Integrity means your data should be, there should not be no confusion or uh, for the integrity of the data. Data should not be duplicate. Availability. See, I have given a very stringent security, and data is not available, or it is becoming very difficult to avail a particular applications, resources, asset, even for the common users. Then it is of no use. So availability also has to be taken care. At the same time, confidentiality and integrity also has to be maintained. These are the three pillars we call uh, CIA. See, due to consumerations, key trends, these are mobile devices, social media, clouds. These are, now a buzzwords, I will say. Emerging trends is decrease in time to exploit. See how fast and massively WannaCry got, spread across the countries, across the network. So the trend that we have noticed is the decreased in time to spread for an exploit. Okay, persistent threats are highly sophisticated attacks that are targeted to the critical infrastructure like power, dams, and all. And for the regulatory compliances, SOX, ISO 27001, Eastern European countries, privacy laws, these all are there. Now, who is a hacker? All you know. Hacker is simply intelligent guys, brilliant guys who knows every ins and outs of, programming, networking, database, and who is very innovative. And I'll say is basically he misuses his knowledge. Otherwise, hacker is a good guy. Three types: white, black, and script kiddies. White are guys basically we call ethical hackers who penetrates into your systems, networks, websites, corporate networks with your permission. And black hat is basically does just the opposite. Without permission, they directly attacks your networks, sites, does frauds, scams, credit card frauds. And script kiddies are the guys who have very little or no knowledge about how a technology works, how database network works, and try some other tools, third-party tools available in the internet, tries to hack or penetrate into other systems, and finally they get caught. It's basically the script kiddies who gets caught. Three terms: threat, vulnerability, daisy chainings. Threats is basically an action or event that might compromise your security. Vulnerability is basically existence of weakness in your application, software, and all. And daisy chaining is basically hackers who get away with the database theft, usually complete their tasks, and then backtrack to cover their tracks by destroying logs. So they have penetrated and they destroyed the logs so that they cannot be identified. And I'd like to say 0 days Zero days is a term, I would say that 0 day is basically a vulnerability for which no patch has been released, right? And many of the innovative attacks happens through this 0 day. And I'll say for the large corporates, it's really a challenge how to combat these 0 day attacks, because these 0 days and all exploits are available into deep web. They are sold. Okay. And your security devices using 0-day exploit, you can easily bypass your security devices, your antivirus and all. So these are basically threats we all know about: worms, keyloggers, trojans and all. See, what I believe is to hack your, you need to hack your systems. To catch a thief, you need to think like a thief. This is the funda of ethical hackers, I will say. Now, you see, malware we all know about, the short form of malicious software, right? Now, there are different types of malware, spyware, like, Trojan horse, worms, adware. Just a one-liner adware is basically a malware that automatically delivers your advertisement. A lot of pop-ups, ads that, we see every day, including our mobiles. Those are adwares, basically. Then there are bots, basically software that creates automatically and performs specific operations. Viruses we all know, right? Worms is basically just clogs your networks. Trojans is, it's a backdoors basically. We all have heard about the term. Just a quick go through how this works. I'll be basically talking about RAT, specifically the remote access Trojans. It has two parts: clients and servers. Server is the program that is intended to be executed on the victim, and client is basically is with us. Let's say you trust me totally, right? So what I do is I come up with a game and I punch a Trojan over there, and you install that game, and that server part gets installed into your PC system in your backend without your knowledge. And of course, the technology that has been implemented to bypass your antivirus, and whenever you are connected to a company's internal network or into the internet, I have the client in my systems, and I will just request to the server, and the server will, respond to me. So of course, request will not be a good request. Request will be malicious request, like to see your drives, pictures, documents. I can take complete control of your systems, including anywhere in the world, even can shut down. So that is how the Trojans majorly attacks. And if you have ever faced any of these situations, so there is a chance that your system was attacked by Trojans, like CD drives, opens up, antivirus got disabled, controller Dell suddenly stops working, right? And mouse pointer disappears and all. So ransomware also, all of you know, but just one quick type of malware designed to block access to your computers until a sum of money is paid. That is why ransom. Right? And some other types of malwares. We have spywares. They're basically spies on you. They collect your keystrokes, maybe in your mobile, maybe in your. Now the attacks has been majorly shifting to your smartphones, right? So smartphone keystroke captures tools and programs are also available. And I'll say most dangerous is the rootkit, because many of the industrial hackings, including power sectors, and if you have heard about Iranian nuclear power attacks in Iran, those all happened through majorly rootkits. They know how to dynamically modify their code so that they are not detected in a typical corporate networks through different IDS, intrusion detection systems and intrusion prevention systems. Now, this is the dangerous thing. Now, because rootkit continually hides its presence, typical security devices won't work over here, right? You need some, threat intelligence devices, and not only normal threat intelligence devices. You need that has to be AI and ML based, who can study, behavioral based anomaly detection. This is important. Behavioral based anomaly detection devices you need to detect most of the advanced threat, like advanced persistent threat I have talked about earlier, or very advanced rootkits and all. So normal antivirus and all. These are some common symptoms, like suddenly you see increase in CPU usage, you know, right? Or your computer crashes. Okay. Program running, turning off automatically. These all. These all guys, like there are some online virus scanners. You can upload your. Sometimes it happens. There is a file. Your antivirus is flagging it as a clean, but other antivirus is saying it's a virus. So you get confused. So what you do is, if it is not that much of sensitive documents, you just upload it to any of these, and your file will be scanned by more than, I believe, 60 antiviruses online, and you will come to know, right, about whether uh, it is a malicious or not. And one thing I would like to say for general users, these all are for general users. For Trojans, you can use this tool called Carport. And let's say you have some symptoms of the Trojans, immediately it's a very small tools that you can run. And if you have the symptoms like that, immediately what you need to do is you need to disconnect your system from the internet, right? And what you need to do is run the carport immediately, detach your system from the networks, disconnect internet, and run this tool and check what are the processes that are running. So I can see there are many processes over here. Chrome is running and all. Okay. So let us say TeamViewer is running, VMware is running. Let us say I'm not sure what this process is about. I just double click, I can see the process ID and which port is running, whether it is TCP or UDP and all. Now, if I suspect something, right, there can be two things. This is the process path and all. Let's say you do not know what this process is about, right? Okay. For general perspective, you just copy paste this process into Google. Google will tell you whether this process is malicious or what this process is about. Now, if you come to conclusion that this is the malicious process, just close it immediately. Right click, close TCP connection. Okay. So there are many countermeasures that this is very. The protocols I'll not discuss. All of you know about the Wi-Fi protocols and all. I'm skipping this. These are interesting packet sniffers. You can note down there are many packet sniffers are there. Wireshark, TCP dump, Ethercap. These are all freely available. Just what it does is basically it sniffs packets in the networks, and it can check what are the websites, specifically HTTP sites you are visiting and your activities and all. This is high used in audits also, cyber security audit. We use this heavily, and also hacking tools. See what TCG is doing in cybersecurity audits. We are doing vulnerability assessment. In real life also, if you want to come into cybersecurity field, you need to be acquainted with these terms. And in real life, you have to do these sort of works. If you want to be ethical hacker, or if you want to work in cybersecurity field in corporates. Vulnerability assessment basically can be done for servers, desktops, penetration testing, red team. I am coming to that. Source code audit. These all we do. API, application programming interface audit, process audit. Your data center, disaster recovery center, like large banks and all. They have data centers. Many other small medium companies also have data centers. Then BCP stands for business continuity. Let's say suddenly your the storm. What is the name? Amphan, right? Came now. If you see your banking transactions and all were up to date, even though there was a lot of chaos in powers and all, because of those companies, banks, your critical sectors, already business continuity plan is there. So that audit also is required. Then ISMS audit, as per ISO 27001, we also do different types of compliance audit like Aadhaar audit as per other guidelines. RBI cybersecurity framework audit that we do for the many nationalized banks and the private sector banks. And then there are other types of audits also like your payment systems audit. Then the ATM switch audit, because that is very, very important. Whenever you are scratching your ATM from any ATM counter, the request goes to a central ATM switch that is there somewhere in the India or outside India in a data center. So these are very brief about the services that TCG offer in respect to cybersecurity. Now I'm coming to these two terms for the novice. Vulnerability assessment is basically designed to conduct and reveal many security flaws. Now when it is advisable for the corporates to go? When you suspect or you know that there are security issues and you want to find out those security issues and how they be corrected. So that is what at that time VA is advisable. Now what are the deliverables? A complete and prioritized list of vulnerabilities. Complete and prioritized list of vulnerabilities means these are the critical, these are the high, these are the medium, there are the severities. You need to first fix these critical vulnerabilities, then you need to come to high level vulnerabilities. There are some criteria. I'm not going into those detailed criteria, how the criticality is measured. Okay. And pen testing, the only difference is on VA and pen testing is that in pen testing involves identifying vulnerabilities and exploiting them, attempting to exploit them as if like a real life. When it is advisable, when you believe that your security is strong and would like to confirm this assessment. That is when the PT is done. But you see, if you people want to come into this audit field and all, these are the essential terminologies and essential activities you have to do. Now, I would, as I said, that I would love to hear from you. And we also have a time constraint. So, any queries I would like to answer?
Yes, I thought, Abid sir, there is some question.
Okay.
I'm going to one by one question. One question is from Aditya Guho. He is asking, sir, I have a question that banks and most other sector are using Ethernet network for their communication. So, how can an internal network get hacked, although it is not connected to the internet?
Okay, good question. See, the one thing you have to keep in mind that in any organizations, human are the weakest link, right? And you do not know what is going into everyone's mind, even the employee's mind. Your internal network.
Okay, and
yeah. Please.
Okay, please continue.
And you do not know what is going on someone else mind. So in banks have enough security. I'm specifically talking about nationalized banks, large commercial banks, and all. They have enough security devices and all, but still this happens because many of the times they are not complied to the guidelines of the RBI. Many of the times they are making systems live, but rigorous audit is not being done regularly, and threat is very dynamic, right? And if there are 0 days things, they can bypass your SOC, I mean security operating systems and SIMs, and you need to have a good SOC analyst over there to detect those anomalies. As I said, normal signature, normal attacks doesn't happen over there. They know how those attacks are basically based on your evasion techniques. That is how.
So one more last question, that is from Maheshwar Kumar Solanki. He just interested to know black hat is good or bad. He just mentioned like this in the chat box.
See, this is not the first times. Many times I have faced these questions, and many times I have also faced questions like, "Did you ever do black hats?" Right. See, the thing is that if you do black hats, you know, you will be behind the bar. I can, if not today, maybe after 5 years. So at the instant, it might seem black hat has more money, but it's not that. It's actually white hat has more. So you need to have the knowledge of black hats, like how they attack, how they exploit, how they bypass. But you need not apply those things to cause harm to your any organizations. You need to ethically, with permissions, do the audits and penetrate the systems to show how the attackers can penetrate. Any question? More questions?
No, there is no more question. So thank you, sir.
Thanks for bothering me for a long time.
So it is very difficult to take your session in just 30 minutes or even 1 hour. I think whole day is required for this penetration testing, audit, security, these things, at least for a little bit of understanding. So we definitely incorporate in future some of other events in this kind of matters in our academic events. So now I would like to request our departmental faculty, Dr. Jayati Lahiri De, to kindly offer the vote of thanks. But before that, I would like to request data space security team, please offer the token of appreciation to Sri Abir Atarthi sir.
Thank you.
Kindly accept this appreciation.
Already accepted. Thank you very much.
So it was a nice interaction, and definitely I can remember my PhD days with your interaction, and definitely I would also interested if you do something for our departmental students for the UG, PG and MPhil, PhD, whatever.
Sure. It will always be a pleasure and honor.
So, thank you once again. So I would like to request Dr. Jail De kindly offer the vote of thanks to Sri Abir Atarthi.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Okay, sir. I would like to thank sir for sharing your knowledge with us. It's a really helpful for all of us. We have come to know about the latest tools, techniques used in cybersecurity, and also about the upcoming technology. Thank you, sir. It's a nice session for us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So now I would like to request data space security. So kindly offer the token of appreciation to Bonani De, our faculty member of the Department of CIS. Kindly offer this. Bonani De. He has. So over to Dr. J.L. De.
Yes, thank you. I am thankful, and on behalf of Bonani Day, I am accepting this one. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we are in the last stage of our this one-day national workshop. So now we have pending one more lecture, very short lecture. It will be on international cyber conflicts. It will be done by Sri Prakash Ranjan Banerjee. He is from Data Space Security. So Prakash Ranjan Banerjee is an expert on C, C++, Python, and Java, PHP, SQL, cloud computing, machine learning, database administration, augmented reality, and virtual reality. So it is a great honor for all of us that industrial person and skill-based person like Prakash Ranjan Banerjee is present over here to offer his knowledge, to share his knowledge, to share his skill to the student of the Department of CIS, those who are studying as a major program, and also those who are studying in their IDC or GE program. I think this will helpful for gaining lot of knowledge. And for a special announcement, within next 10 minutes, we are going to share feedback link. Please stay continue up to the last of the program. We will going to end the program after Bhotak thanks of Dr. J.L. De, and also we will have the national anthem at the last. So thanks all of you. Just wait for few minutes and for gather the knowledge of Prakash Ranjan Banerjee. So over to Sri Prakash Ranjan Banerjee.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, you are very much audible.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to give thanks to Raiganj University and all the dignitaries and the presenters. And especially just I have heard from Abhi sir, if you recognize me after 12 years, I am hearing from you. It's a very happy moment for me. And whole days we have witnessed a nice seminar and a lot of informations we have got. So I will also try to put some effort in this. Just trying my screen. So, is it visible, sir?
Sir, yes, it is visible, sir.
So, I just try to figure out some of the important ideas why a person become a hacktivist or join this activist profession. So, international cyber conflicts. So, where are the conflicts in our mind as per international arena? So these are some terminologies, some type of information. I don't want to give much more into technical, just concept I want to share with you. Mostly what are the modes of the attacks and what are the types of attack and what are the motives, why a person becomes a cyber terrorist. I am calling it internationally as a cyber terrorist. Why? Because they have a different kind of intentions. Let's start with international issues in cybercrime. As the internet becomes inextricably integrated into the society, both for social interaction and business transactions, the stakes are getting higher for ensuring the continuity for the internet in its current form. Means as our life becomes totally indulged with the net, we do not make ourselves free, because for all type of activities we are dependent on net. So we have to keep our systems so strong so that outside threats cannot hamper our system or our day-to-day life process. Even anybody can hack our refrigerator also with the now IoT. Now these days we are using IoT. Anybody can hack our refrigerator also, can burn your refrigerator and many other gadgets that what we are using in our household, like CCTV camera is there, microwave is there, anything is possible, because all we are trying to get use for the modern technologies, that is IoT. So there are many forces against it, so attempting to split it and fragment it into pieces. There are two fundamental issues that make solving international conflicts very difficult. Number one issue, there is anonymity on the internet and identities can be spoofed, which means that people can hide behind a group of anonymity and commit crimes and other negative activities without revealing themselves to others, because we don't know, because generally this type of crimes they are doing and their identity is not available, means they hide themselves, they are anonymous. First thing is that very difficult to trace out from where I have been receive this kind of threats and hamper our system. Second issue is the internet transcends national boundaries, whereas the laws are applicable within national boundaries and the internet is across boundaries. So somebody in China could be doing interaction with somebody in the United States. That makes enforcement of the laws very difficult, because all have their national laws and this is no geographical boundaries. This net have no geographical boundaries. Anybody can hamper your system, any gadgets what we are using. So here enforcement laws very difficult to put into existence. So the citizens in one country can launch attacks while the victims can be citizens of another country, while making jurisdiction very difficult. The stakes are very high. Countries are also jockeying to gain a strategic leverage on the internet, both politically through treaties as well as through surveillance and intelligence gathering. I'm concerned by the impact that free flow of information can impact political stability. A lot of countries have started viewing internet as a threat to the political order, threat to the society, and they have been propagating censorship and separation of the internet. Many of the countries like Iran and many other countries, they have banned some applications, some kind of social media, because they are thinking that they can hamper their nation, they hamper their rules, regulations, and crack their system. And the countries which feel that the information should be freely flowing on the internet, while other countries are opposing that all international forums. Not only that, there are several international conflicts associated with the internet on a wide range of issues, including governance of internet, cyber warfare, the censorship of information, and espionage. Internet has become a sphere of strategic warfare among countries that is figuring prominently in their military strategies, and companies are investing billions. Everything relies on the internet. We are in some ways dependent on the internet today. From now, there is a trend started, cyber war. Nuclear war is, we have stopped, everybody, all the countries have stopped nuclear war, they started cyber war, new kind of war. All the countries, they are hiring the special attackers to attack, to defend them, their security system. According to Forrester, the B2B business has exceeded 650 million and business to consumer commerce has already exceeded 350 billion. That's a huge amount of business transaction. and critical infrastructure is becoming increasingly depending on the internet. Now we have this smart grid. As just now Abhi sir have already explained how smart grid has been hacked, where we have our power grid on which we have an overlaid information technology grid, which means that anybody who can break into the communication grid on the smart grid will be able to disrupt the power supply of the whole country around the world. Now we are looking at connected vehicles, where we have vehicles communicating with each other both for collision avoidance and for communication. So given the increased dependence, we need to be very careful and cautious in how we address some of these issues, because this vehicle detection, or we can see GPS system we are using, and all the countries, mostly advanced countries, they have a vehicle control system, is vehicle monitoring system through internet. So this can be hacked at any time, means wherever there is where we are connected to a net for maintaining up any kind of system, whether it's a vehicle system or a power system, there are chances, there are threats which can be hacked, not only from their national, maybe from outside country also. So how this evaluation takes place and what are the different types of cyber crime? We have had a history of a crime in this world, and all kinds of crime, from murder to other capital crimes to basically forgery and fraud. Now cyberbullying, everybody must be knowing this term cyberbullying, and basically bullying of these are different kinds of crimes at different levels. So why is the internet important today? Why is cybercrime so important? What the cybercrime has done is it has taken a lot of crimes that we had in the street, and they have or given them another vector in which they can be committed. Cybercrime today is defined as the crime that utilizes computers and networks. However, there are three distinct acts of crimes where the computer is a target, weapon, or just a facilitator. Distinct acts of crimes. Case 1. In the first case, computer is a target. It involves activities such as theft, destruction, disruption of data services and software. Case 2. In the second case, the computer is a weapon which involves using a computer to launch attacks such as cyberbullying, pornography, child pornography, spam, etc. Case 3. And in the third case, computer is a facilitator which involves supporting traditional crimes such as robbery, murder, and terrorism. So cybercrime is generally considered as a regular crime with a new in the internet, but it differs quite a bit. Well, the difference is the scale and the reach of the crime. Using automatic scanning tools and bots, attacks can be launched across millions of people within minutes. And within hours, the entire global could be covered with the same virus, worm, or anything else if we are not cautious. There are chances that whole world, whole system, whole power, everything can be compromised if we are not protect ourselves or our systems is not so much scalable and protected. How did it evolve? Cybercrime really started as a hobby of bored computer scientists and young students whose primary goal was to demonstrate their prowess and show their hacking abilities to the community of their peers. So this is, initially it started as just an interest to show their superiority, to show their potential powers. And if there were hacking groups, underground clubs that provided support to these activities, and they were basically trying to outdo each other. Even though some of the attacks cause serious financial damage, the perpetrators seldom gain any financial elimination from the attacks. What are people using the cybercrime for? For stealing passwords, for stealing credit card numbers, for stealing financial information, so that they can actually benefit from this. There's a huge market out there where you can buy stolen credit card numbers. And to the extent in case of credit card does not work or have been closed, you can actually get a refund back. So is it a real business today? There are several ways in which cybercrime can occur. Case 1, one of the most vital attacks of information in which computer and networks have reached in order to collect information such as credit card, trade secrets, information about dissidents, and information involve large corporations where hackers break in by breaching security, or from individual where hackers have hit inside the organization. Means all type of information. Case 1 is getting all type of information, either your financial information or social information or all types of informations. And they use all kind of information like social engineering, phishing messages, everything, just to con employee of organizations into revealing information that will allow them to break in. Means they will follow your all type of activities from your home to your office to your destination where you are moving through social engineering. Case 2. Second type of criming involves extortion, where criminal gangs breach the security and threaten to destroy the data and infrastructure or reveal private information in case hush or protection money is paid. And the third involves fraud on the internet, and this can take many forms. It usually involves providing false information to a specific individual or to the entire community. For instance, stock prices can be manipulated by fabricating positive or negative information and disseminating widely among market participants to a specific individual or to the entire community. For instance,
Sri Banerjee, sorry for the interruption.
Yes. Disseminating widely among market participants. Hello? Hello? Is it okay, sir?
Please continue. Please continue. Actually, your slide was not moving. Okay, na? That's why. Now it is visible. Please continue.
Okay. Sorry.
Hello. Please continue, Sri Banerjee. Actually, your slide was not visible. Now it is visible.
It's okay now?
It is. Please continue. Your slide was not moving. Okay, na? That's why. Now it is visible. Please continue.
Okay. Sorry.
Hello. Please continue, Sri Banerjee.
So, actions of a cybercrime.
Please continue.
What are the different types of actions? Cyber attacks, hacking. Hacking is a vague term. Most common definition involve the notions of unauthorized access to computer network. Seen as a deviance, but the terms carries both positive and negation connotations. So positive and negative here, hacking can be seen as a carriage of both positive and negation. So here comes the term black hat versus white hat hackers. Negative deviance and positive deviance. So negative deviance means computer criminal, national security threat, intellectual property thief. Positive deviance, many hackers are seen as pioneers of public access, claim to just be testing the security of systems. So these are known as basically ethical hackers, means a positive deviance. Black hat means a negative deviance. Means without unauthorized access, if you access a system that is termed as negative deviations, we call it as a black hat hackers, and they will compromise your system. Types of attackers: old school hackers. In school days, little learners, they are getting some knowledge and trying to hack with the help of apps and small softwares. Then cyber punks are there, predominantly young males, hack into systems to vandalize or disrupt, like to brag about accomplishments, which usually get them caught by authorities. Professional criminals or crackers break into systems and sell the information. Some are hired for government or corporate spying. Coders and virus writers. They have strong programming background. They write code for others to introduce, tend to see themselves as elite. There is a term called activists. Sometimes they are calling as a hacktivists, political, but not a violent activism. They raise some kind of issues by force, but they will not destruct or harm the system. Tool against operation or cyber terrorism. Some are known as patriots. Actions taken on the basis of nationalism or patriotism. So there are diverse set of actors with different underlying motivation. Many terminologies are there for a person who are into the system. They have different kind of motives, they have different kind of goals, different kind of ideology. So who are the actors of cybercrime? Cybercrime is a sort of unique business. Okay? The perpetrators or attacker often operate in anonymity, means they hide themselves. Their identity is not public and have low probability of being caught or detected. Like many crimes, those perpetuate cybercrime do it for many reasons, as we will see. So it's not easy to lump all cyber criminals into one box and explain their behavior neatly. Negative and positive deviance. It's only an old, outdated term. But
sorry to interrupt. Hello, Mr. Hello, Sri.
Hello.
Yes. So actually, sir, your slide is not moving.
Here it seems it's sharing, it's moving. Okay, I'm sharing again. Wait.
It's now fine.
Is it okay now?
It's okay. And also, Sri Banerjee, kindly conclude it means within the next 10 minutes if possible.
Okay, okay, sir. So motivation of a cyber crime. What motivates a cyber criminals? And if you look at the motivated behavior, cyber attacks included, we can see it in varying terms. Like first, it varies in terms of initiation. What is it that energizes behavior? It also varies in terms of direction. So there are 4 parameters: initiation, direction, intensity, and persistence to be a cyber criminalist. These 4 parameters they have, then only they become a successful ethical hackers or cool hackers or white hackers, whatever we say. Understanding motivated behavior. What causes this behavior? Why does behavior vary in its intensity? So this is very important. Where do cyber goals come from? They come from needs and drives. Needs are deficiencies. It may be psychological or physiological. Psychological drive is hunger. For example, when I have gone while without eating, the body sends signals saying, hey, you know that, go find food. That's the hunger drive. But we also have psychological drives, the drive to master, to achieve, to bond with others. It means I want to achieve something, I want to show my superiorities. That is your psychological drive, but your physiological needs, that is your hunger. So these two types of motivations are there behind this. First our needs, then drives, then goals, then our behavior. So this way our brain actually acts. Either we join a group, getting along and sharing the informations, or we are moving ahead, getting ahead, and finally I become the master. What is expectancy to value theory? The basics of expectancy cross value. There is a one theory behind this: behavior instigated and directed to the extent that people believe that behavior will lead to goal attainment. Whatever your behavior, that will express your goal. So there is a theory behind this. Behavior instigated and directed to the extent that people believe that behavior will lead to goal attainment, means your effort. Believe that outcomes are attached to goal attainment, means the reward. When you give your effort, then you will get the rewards and value those rewards. So this is the final conclusion, how a behavioral force come into existence. Simply, concept of force is there. Psychological force to perform act, that is Fi is equal to F, summation Ei and Vi. Expectancy, that act I will lead to perform J, and V is the balance of performance. So finally, we'll come into the conclusion, how I become the master of all. So difficult task, if I choose a difficult task, finally our expectancy, the force will be, that is, you see, effort is E is equal to 5, then we are getting success, that is I is equal to 1.0, I get the status recognition, financial gain, and finally it is calculated as 3.5. But where in the case of easy task, if I put that formula, we are getting F is equal to 1. So generally, that's why we choose a difficult task, because here financially this force is equal to 3.5. There is a chance of obtaining a valued outcome. So 3.5. It means we are getting financially gain more and status recognition. So that's why a person chooses this type of profession. So I want to conclude because of time constraint. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sri Banerjee, for your kind deliberation and sharing your valuable knowledge to all of us. It's a great opportunity for all of us. They have came to know that what are the conflicts internationally and nationally regarding the cyber crime and cyber security. Since I am a teacher of cyber crime, cyber law, and little bit of cyber security and information assurance, I believe those who are students of this university studying their information science ITC program, I believe they are gaining a lot of knowledge with your valuable speech, and I would like to request DSS team to kindly offer the token of appreciation to Sri Banerjee in this regard.
Thank you, thank you. It's
Sir,
my
please accept this
pleasure.
documentation
Yeah,
on
I'll be
behalf of-
accepted. It's my pleasure. Thank you to the whole team, to Raiganj University and to Data Space to give a platform. As a speaker here, I am really grateful to you. Thank you all.
Okay, sir. Thank you. One last question is from one student. Rakesh Das is saying, what is
Yes.
the top security concern in our business today?
What is the?
What is the top security concern in the business houses in today's situation?
Top security concern. If you say the top security concern in business, means a person who have a business transactions of means a very good turnover, then that person should have a person hired so that they can see all the vulnerable activities and all. They should hire. Every company is hiring an ethical hackers. They should have one person who can look after their technical and all.
Okay, sir. Thank you for your kind presence. Now, before we moving to the come to the conclusion or asking, requesting the vote of thanks for all the entire program to Dr. JLD, let I say something because since I am associated with this university from 2016 and with the efforts of other faculty members, it was my pleasure to organize some of the academic events, including the National Seminar, Symposium, and conference. In the year 2019, all types of program was planned, like the National Seminar, National Symposium, National Conference, and National Workshop. We have organized all these three in a single year, but after that, due to some reason, I was unable to organize a national workshop, and in the year 2020, due to pandemic, it was not being possible. But very recently, when I got the proposal from the data space security, so I grabbed the opportunity because this is not only the benefit from the Department of Computer Information Science, but also entire Raiganj University family. And since these departments have different subjects like the computer science, computer applications, and also information science with the major and minor programs, so I believe this workshop is a fruitful to all the students, and with this I have completed the conference, symposium, seminar, and workshop. Now we in future definitely departmental team will work on other event, and definitely we will provide the opportunity to all of you to gather and share the knowledge. So before the vote of thanks, one more information that after vote of thanks, Dr. Joyati Lahiri, they will share the vote of thanks, but after vote of thanks, there will be a national anthem and it is to be played by the DSS team. So during the national anthem, please stand up, all of you. সবাই একটু দাঁড়িয়ে যাবে যে যেখানেই থাকো. So before national anthem, I would like to request Dr. JLD to come to conclusion and kindly provide the vote of thanks to the entire national workshop.
Thank you, sir. Today is really a day of learning. As all good things come to an end, so this national workshop, NAWCYSLIA 2021. On behalf of Department of Computer and Information Science, Raiganj University, I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks to those who have directly and indirectly contributed to the national workshop. At the outset, I thank all our resource persons. We are really enlightened with your knowledge and presence. We are thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and other dignitaries for their motivation. A special thanks to Dr. P.K. Pal Sir and other organizing committee, teaching and non-teaching staffs for their support and coordination. My heartfelt thanks to our students for active participations. With these warm words and a kind message, we move to the end of today's workshop. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, and whole team. Now I would like to request database space security kindly connected with our students for any kind of academic events, kindly share the things with our students so that they could get their knowledge, the industrial skill, ethical hacking, and so on. I, on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to congratulate and like to thank whole database security team, especially Shomiron and Shatra, and also Moutuli Mitro, and also Sri Partho regarding this national workshop and their effort. So lastly, I would like to request to play the national anthem, and kindly stand up, all of you, wherever you are currently. Thank you, everyone. So this is the end of the program. Have a good day and have a great future to all of you.